Welcome everyone to the NRT Symposium Nordic Research Network on care leavers transition to adulthood. My name is Funi and I'm Director of Treatment and Foster Care here at this agency. I will be the guy who will limit your time and stop everyone when they are talking too much, and we will go through some lectures here, and then after each lecture there will be a possibility to ask some questions, but we will keep the time frame very strict. So we'll just get started, and we'll start here with Ólöf Ásta and Guðbjörg, and they are going to just welcome you here. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Guðbjörg Ottósdóttir, and I'm a member of the Faculty of Social Work, Associate Professor. And I just want to tell you shortly about the build-up to this conference today. It was about a year ago that we got an email from the Nordic Network on research on care leavers' transitions to adulthood, asking if Iceland would like to be a member. They were missing Iceland in the network, and we in the faculty thought, oh my God, we have to have someone on this network. There's no research in this field here, and we need to do something. So I, along with my colleague Sigrún Harðardóttir, we went to Oslo exactly a year ago, and we went to this meeting, and the network members are all present here, or most of them. And when we were there, they encouraged us to have the next meeting in Reykjavik. And so we decided to go back to Iceland and start organizing that. But in addition, we were offered by the members, they said that they would be into giving their work for free and meeting with stakeholders, such as in policy or practice, to discuss this field, care leavers' transitions to adulthood, and hopefully help Iceland to build something in the policy and practice field in this field. So we came back and we decided to meet with Ólöf and other people here at the agency, and we started talking. And so the conference here today is the fruit of that collaboration. And we now have a member in our faculty, which will Bettý Ragnarsdóttir Steinsdóttir, which will, she's already now a part of a research project, Nordic research project, and also EvaDoc with your agency. And so we are hoping that this field that we have sown some seeds for research to build up, and also for policymakers to get engaged with this very important age group of foster care people, adults, young adults. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Guðbjörg. I think it's very important steps we are taking here, also because this cooperation we mentioned. So, dear guests, for also you who will give your work here today, we are very grateful having you here and sharing your knowledge today with us. So I would like to welcome you all to this symposium. So there will be a lot of people with us on the internet today, since we are using our local here, which is not so big. But today, I'm very grateful that you had made this time and possibility for us to listen to your research. So today we will listen to the Nordic countries sharing information with us and lessons learned, hopefully also. And we are also interested here in Iceland doing some research. So something has been done, and we will also learn about that today. And we want to do more. We want to change our system in the way which could be better for both children and also foster parents here in Iceland. So about the research done here in Iceland, Eva will tell us a little bit about that later today, about some upcoming research in Iceland in the afternoon. And we will also today listen to voices of former foster child, foster parents, and also siblings. And the voices are also so important for us to hear and also to learn from. And child participation is something that is being more and more involved in our work today. So that's why I think it's very important that we learn from them, that we can understand what they think we as professionals should do, and we should go from there. In the afternoon, we will also hear about the 2 Icelandic outcomes. One from a former foster parents and youth here in Iceland, and another outcome of the experience of former foster child of foster homes and support and how they cope with adulthood. Both outcomes are very interesting and gives us information about how we can see the situation in Iceland. What factors have impact on children who leave foster care, and how do they adapt into the society after foster care? Are questions that are raised. And we also are interested in all information that will be helpful for us here in Iceland to meet children in foster care in the best possible way, aiming for the best prosperity in their life in the future. So our agency wants to learn and do our best to provide support for all those great foster parents in Iceland who open their homes for other people's children. And we want to hopefully learn a lot today how we can improve our service here at the agency. I have actually high hopes that the information we will receive here today will give us more to use in the future and improve in the journey of reforming our system in Iceland. And I hope we will all have a fruitful day. And I'm very glad that we could make this symposium a reality today. So I hope we will enjoy the time here today, and we can also use the breaks to get to know each other. So I really welcome you all, Nordic guests, and I'm really looking forward to this day. Thank you.
They did very well on time. It was 6 minutes and 39 seconds, so this was really good. We will just go ahead to the next lecture. The lecture is Factor that Impact on Good Experience and Outcome for Young Adults, the Importance of Preparing for Independent Life After Foster Care. I was training a little bit before I came up here and listening to some of the words. There are some difficult words here in English, so I will use Google Translate when that happens, but it will be the same. But yeah, Jan, could you come up here and do your lecture?
Thank you.
Yes. Put it up. So. A little bit slow.
We tested it 10 minutes ago. No, it's okay. Okay. Well, good morning. And thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be here. As you see, my name is Stian Storo. I'm a professor of social pedagogy in Oslo Metropolitan University. And I work in the bachelor's program for child welfare. And I think it's very nice that Iceland eventually is part of our network because we have this Nordic network on the research topic that you see or saw in the last picture here. I need to apologize for this bad title. It's so long. Look at this word, preparation. Because when we speak about young people leaving foster care, but also residential care, they, at some time, around 18, 19, 20, whatever, they go out into independent life. And what most people after me will speak about is that, but I will speak of what happens before that, to prepare for that life stage. I have taken a look into the concept. So I will sort of mostly use aftercare, because in English and in the research field, leaving care is used quite a lot. But we have, of course, some Nordic words as well. And that's interesting. We have words saying more or less the same. So you can, I think this sort of connects us in the countries. But I will use the English word, both because that's the language for today, but also because it's the actual leaving care, aftercare is the research concept here. For me, it is, I have sort of, for many years, I have studied this three-stage model. And as you see here, what happens after the young people move out is one topic. I am today more interested in what happens before, and to some extent what happens in the period where they move out. I learned this model from British colleagues many years ago, and it has followed me for many years. I have made this illustration, and it's sort of, I think it's okay to show it, but it has a problem because it suggests that young people move out when they are 18 or 19, and that is not always the case. In Norway, it is largely the case. Most young people from child welfare, they move out here. But some may move a little bit earlier and some a little bit later, and there are national differences on that as well. But I think you should take it as an illustration. And of course, as I say, I will speak about the first stage today. Well, you understand that I like these timelines. So I want to sort of focus, I've written about this in an article. Yeah, the last image will be a reference list. So you can get my images by mailing the agency or mailing me, or ask me if you're here. So this is what I think about is as a three-stage model of living in a foster home or in the residential unit. The young person or child maybe moves in, stays there, and at some time moves out. And what happens often, I suggest, is that when the young person moves in, what has happened before sort of informs what you do here. And that is to some extent okay. But this perspective that you have, that the workers have here, is a problem-focused perspective often. And it's a perspective that has something with the history of the child or the young person to do. So I think that it's quite problematic if that perspective follows the young person within care for many years. So as an alternative, I suggest that the young person, at least when he or she is coming near the age of 18, would need a different type of perspective on the future and on the possible resources. So I suggest then that maybe on the way here we should place ourselves here and let this information in what we do here. And when should we take that shift from what I call the entrance perspective to the exit perspective? And my suggestion is from day one. Because this placement has created a totally new situation. We have to look ahead. And that gives some material for how we can think about working with these young people. Shelley Morrison from Belfast has written about this. She is a person that has been in care herself. She's lived in an institution in her teenage years, and later she took an education in social work. Here she is. And she wrote an article in 2015 where she speaks about what she calls her care journey. And I like this expression very much. She's not only care, she's on a journey. And she tells us precisely this. What happens here should inform what happens here. And these are her 3 main points. She says that her teachers went the extra mile for her and provided emotional and practical support. So positive school experience, she says, is one of the most important things. And why? Because you need that when you move out. So that's exit perspective, as I call it. And she writes in that article that one teacher one time said to her, "You have had a horrific year. I'm going to drag you, kicking and screaming through your exams." I think that's a very strong statement. And Morrison comments in her article, "The teacher acknowledged my pain and realized I needed extra support on my way to adulthood." The next point, meaningful roles. She said that this means that the young person should be able to develop a clear sense of him or herself. And for her, it was developing, she was able to develop a clear sense of being in education. Because she said, "I always loved to go to school, and then it helped me to do it." A learning identity. And she says, earlier I was interested in human rights, and now that meant that I could sort of start on the social work education. And the last thing, she says, "I can't emphasize enough the importance of warm working relationships where the child or the young person feels safe, important, and cared for." So she says, if you do this, people are more prepared for adulthood, the transition to adulthood. So what do we think about, how do we think about aftercare and the transition to adulthood? I think when we speak about aftercare, we often speak about it as something that comes sort of after care. It's in the concept, aftercare. But we rarely mention the connection between the two. It is as if aftercare is something distinctively different that comes after. Some people ask, what is aftercare? What is important in aftercare? And I suggest that so that's what I was saying now. I suggest that we ask questions a little bit differently. Now this stopped functioning. Something has happened there.
Sometimes a little bit slow.
It's dead.
It's dead.
Here is all white.
Okay.
I don't know what that is. I don't think I have time to wait for it, so I do what you can do, and I'll just talk. So I suggest that we ask, instead of what is aftercare, we should ask, what is care and aftercare together? What can they create together as sort of a process that goes on for years, maybe, if we have, for example, a young person in foster home for many years. So this is a perspective that binds together the content of care and the content of aftercare. And I think this sort of also is the nearer to the perspective of the young person. The young person is the same person in care and after care. So that has led me to think, what is important with the transitions. Does it work?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So the transitions, usually we think about transitions as slow processes, smooth sliding movements. And I think it's important to think about the whole youth period of these young people in a transition sort of perspective. And what do people need? Well, according to, for example, the American author Kroeger, people need support, relational support. And he says actually that what you can try is to be invited to be a passenger on the journey of the young person, but you need to be invited. And that means that good preparation work is making it probable that you will be invited. So the relationship is very important in this stage. I would say in all stages, but in this stage. The leading leaving care researcher in the world, Mike Steen from England, he has introduced some concepts. He says that these young people, they experience an instant adulthood. They are often abruptly, suddenly presented for the conditions of adult life. And they are often less prepared than other young people. And he speaks about the compressed and accelerated transition. Accelerated because they have to deal with so many things in short times, and compressed because the topics, the psychological topics, are so many. Some other of the leaving care researchers in our network speak, for example, about preparation and transition needs. So it's important to look at what these young people need, and it's the things that I address here. Another one says that good preparation with enough time available is necessary if they are expected to become independent and self-sufficient. So in the research of leaving care, the preparation stage is highlighted, but I think not enough. It should be more on that. I think this says something very important, that if you give young people enough time, then at least you have something to give to them. And these young people, they have very different needs. What about Tina, for example, 15 years old, who must deal with both her past, which is filled with problems, and her uncertain future? Some young people in foster care and residential care have that situation. Or what about Pelle, 15 years old, who is torn between two sets of parents and does not know where to place his loyalty? That's, of course, mostly connected to foster care. Or Lasse, 17 years old, who must prepare for an adult life where he may not be able to count on support from the adults he grew up with. This is the situation for many young people in care, maybe more in residential care, because they know when they move out, they move out. And some new young people young person come into and take their room and their bed in the institution. Will they follow me up? The the adults that work here, the staff? Or what about Ellen, 17 years old, who want to move out as soon as she turns 18? Because some of these young people want to do that. And that's a good thing, I guess, for many of them, but they may be a little bit hasty about it. And then, what about Ariel, 18 years old, who would prefer to live in the foster home a while longer, who needs more time? So the needs here are quite different, and it's very important to have an individual perspective on it. A little bit more on preparation, and I don't have time to say too much about it. But, for example, you can look in the reference list on the article by Daly, who says that it's very important to have an adequate planning to help the young person develop self-care skills. She speaks about both practical and emotional support. And this, I think, is very important to help the young person, him or herself, to build and maintain social support. Gradual transition and full involvement, participation of the young person. When it comes to these skills, the research shows that many of these young people need a lot extra on the practical skills. How to clean the house, how to clean their body, how to fix healthy food, how to get into the bed at a certain time in the evening and get up at a certain time in the morning. But they also need sort of social skills to be part of a social network, to invite people, to make it possible that you are invited to some people so that you don't get lonely. And I think also Mike Steen, as I mentioned, has also highlighted another skill. He talks about negotiation skills. I always thought that was very interesting. And it's sort of the thing that when you live in the flat, the first flat you get, and one night you play a little bit too loud on the music and someone comes knocking on the door, you shouldn't do like this. You should say, sorry. And you should say, please, it's my first apartment. I will try to, or if you don't wash the steps, as at least we do in Norway when you live in a block of flats, and you forget it when it's your time to do it, then you should talk to people, not sort of block them out. And Steen says that the girls are better to do that than the boys, so you can think about that. And of course it has to do with the skills has to do also with school and education. I have also written about this, and I said that most important in the last stage before moving out is that to secure a stability of placement. These young people need to have a 2, 3, 4, 5 or even more years with a stable placement, with good relationships, to be able to do the preparation they need for themselves. And research is very clear that the planned and prepared transition is far more better than an abrupt and sudden transition. And of course the preparation should be individual, as you saw in these images that I just showed. But Benishti and Schiff says in an article that adolescents who feel more prepared in their research, they had a more positive view of the future, a positive view that was shown to contribute to resilience. And I think also that is very important. And I would also like to remind that the Swedish researchers in our network, Ingrid Höjer and Yvonne Sjöblom, wrote a few years ago that when the state takes young people into care, it takes on the responsibility for preparing them for an adult life after care. Yeah, Ingrid, you are with us online. I'm close to the end now. To prepare is to give good care. That's also perspective. If you give good care, you help young people to prepare themselves. Or put in another way, to prepare is to give the young person the best possible situation before the transition and then help them to go through the transition and to the life after that. I've taken here some bullet points from an Australian. It's a governmental paper from the government of South Australia, and it is not connected to aftercare. It's connected to good care. What is good care? And they write here about residential care, but you can think about it as foster care as well. So let's just have a quick look at that. What is good care? Well, good residential care works best when it's seen as a positive choice. Residential care works best when its purpose is clear. And it needs to be a high-quality care environment, a positive living environment, an environment where relationships are valued, and it needs that the grown-ups, the adults there, value education, and that they are working with the communities and families, the network of the young person. And you could say, well, this goes for foster care, but it also goes for life after care. So there's a connection between all the stages here. And I see that I'm a little bit over time. I will finish very shortly. I will just show you that this important article, which I did not have time to speak about, from 2020, you can see it says something about consensus-based principle on the transition to adulthood. And these researchers, they are part of our network from many countries. And Ingrid from Norway, she should have been here now, but she had some family things she needed to take care of. So this is an important article, and it has a lot on preparation. So you should read that if you want to know more about it. And I also mentioned this article, and here are many also of the other people in the network. Quite new article on extended care. Is it possible for some of these young people to live a little longer in care if they need it? And what are the systems in these different countries? And then the reference list. So, thank you.
Yes, we have time for some questions.
Yeah, no questions as well. I'm sorry that I needed to speak so fast, but you want to say a lot of things and you have the word.
If there comes questions online, then Linda will bring them up. Are there any questions?
Nothing yet. At least not.
I have one question. You mentioned this Morrison person who was. You talked about the school, that the school was going the extra mile a little bit. Was there some talk about? Did you talk about the trauma-focused approach in that sense, or was it?
I'm not sure, no, because I haven't read the article thoroughly on that. I don't think she did that. She was quite practical, actually. Mm-hmm. But you can read it yourself because it's here. She has been a social work student at Queen's University in Belfast, and if you search for her on YouTube, she has at least, well, I think maybe it's more than one video. The picture I showed you was from that video, where she speaks about practice placement, how important it is to be in practice placement when you're a student. And, well, she's a wise young woman. Look at it. Yeah. I think it's very interesting with those young people, those people who have been in care and then they sort of try to do something better for people coming after them. I have some of those people as my own students. Some of them have a little bit of problem of sort of taking the topic out of themselves and see it from another perspective. And some others are very good at that. And the last ones, they are really important, I think, to work with other young people coming after them. They have some solid experience of it. But they need to treat it in a certain way, so that they're not retelling their story again and again and again, because that's not so interesting. I wanted to say a little bit extra that I did not have time, but I can just mention it very shortly now. I planned actually to say something about power, because when you have a young person and some adults, and it could be in a family, it could be in a foster family, it could be in a residential unit, it's very important that the adults allow the young person to take more and more power. But that means that the adult has to give away power. And in most families, this is, of course, is an issue. It's one type of issue when the young person is 13, and another type of issue when the young person is maybe 17 or something. And I think the young people in child welfare does often not experience that the adults understand this. I worked many years in residential care myself, and I think some of the young people that I met, they do a lot of bad things that makes it quite difficult to give them power over themselves. So you sort of think that, well, he's not mature enough yet, but you need to give away power, and they need to have power. And I can also mention one more thing. One guy I worked with, he was 16, I guess, at that time. And that was an institution, a residential unit. We worked and worked and worked with him to help him prepare for what was coming later. And one time he said, well, if it's that difficult to be an adult, you can count me out. And I think that was so good that he said that. We were like, what had we done wrong? But we had done wrong. We had sort of put pressure on him. And we had said, you have to learn this, you have to learn that, you have to do less of that, much more of that. And it was so dull. So we took one step back and said, of course, you're right. We've been too eager here to sort of put in all the positive thoughts in your head. So that's actually changed the whole situation, I think. I think that sort of statements are quite interesting.
Yes. We have
practical question. Can we have the slides?
Yeah. You can have them, as I said, you can have them by the agency here, or you can mail me. If I go to there's my mail address. And then you have the reference list.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, then next up is Ingrid, and she has two lectures. She will start by going through the procedure of leaving care in Sweden, and then she has a lecture about access to education for care leavers. Young people and foster care share their experience. Ingrid, yes, she's just preparing there. Yeah.
I had to put on the sound first before I share the pictures.
That's better.
Sorry about that. I'll try again. All these technical procedures that we have to go through all the time. Thank you very much for inviting me to the conference. And no one in the Swedish group, unfortunately, we are 4 from the network, could participate in the network meeting nor in the conference because we didn't receive any funding. Our institution has very, very, very strict climate policies, so we are not allowed to fly more than once a year, or maybe not that even. So, but I'm very happy that I could be here online, and I'm looking forward to have these two presentations and comments from you. And thank you very much, Jan, for this very good lecture. And I think this is a good continuation of what you did. I think it's a very good idea to focus on what's happening before care, of course, because that's also very important. I'm a professor emerita. I work about part-time at the Department of Social Work in Gothenburg. I have a long experience as a social worker, but also now a rather long experience as a researcher. And a great deal of my research has been focused on young people leaving care. And I'm also right now in the very fortunate position to be involved in a 3-year project in Sweden, with an organization called Knas Hemma, who have received a lot of funding for creating programs for young people in Sweden. And this is the young people themselves who are working with this, and I'm just in the reference group. But it's very enjoyable, and it gives me hope for the future. And it's so rewarding to interact with these young people. So I'm very happy about that. Anyway. Today I will have 2 lectures. The first is about leaving care, and the other is about education. And I will allow for time for questions between the 2 lectures and also afterwards. Child welfare in Sweden. We have around 26,000 people, children and young people in care in 2021. And the majority, they are placed in foster care. And that's been so for the last 100 years. Foster care is preferred to residential care. And the largest population are 13 years or older. So we have a majority in care that are teenagers. That's different from many other countries, at least outside of the Nordic countries. So the majority are teenagers. In Sweden, I think we are, I'm a bit ashamed to admit this, but we are not so good at programs for leaving care. I think we are the worst country in the Nordic, among the Nordic countries. Both Norway, Finland, and Denmark has, I think also Iceland has better programs. In Sweden, the stipulated time for care leaving is 18. After 18, you have to make a personal application for further support. But most young people can stay in care until they finish upper secondary school, and that's usually happening at 19. If the young person is placed on mandatory measures, it's possible to stay in care until they are 21. So you can see, and these administrative rules, I think they are, of course, there have to be administrative rules, but they also create a distance to the young person and a lack of understanding for their total situation. And I would like to refer to what Jan said. It's important to work with young people. And it's very hard to do that if you have to kick them out of the foster home when they're finished upper secondary school. And as I said, in Sweden, there are no general programs or dedicated services for care leavers. There was an attempt in 2015 when we had a change of a proposition for change of law, which were with very good suggestions, but nothing happens, and nothing has happened so far. We are still working on it. As you know, young people who have been placed in out-of-home care, they have elevated risks for a lot of problems: early mortality, mental health issues, lower educational attainment. And lower educational attainment, I will address that in my next lecture. It's very important for your future, of course. I mean, that's not in use to anyone, but it's very important that you can perform well at school for your future. In Sweden, if you haven't completed upper secondary school, you will have very, very few opportunities for finding a job. And that was also the strongest risk for adverse outcomes after leaving care, to have no or low grades, which many of these young people have. And there's also been a change over the last maybe 15, 20 years. We have a protracted transition to adulthood for young people. You have to stay longer in education. It's hard to find housing. It's hard to find employment. And that also means that you have an increased dependency of your parents, both economically, practically, and emotionally. And I can see very little signs of an awareness of this from the social services. This is actually the situation, and the young people are very, if they don't have supportive parents, they are very badly off. And this makes the transition to adulthood much more difficult for young care leavers, because they have to do it very often without support from parents or any other social network. Today I will talk about 2 studies. They are not so recent, but I've been updating me on research, and I think our results are still relevant. We did the first study with 16 young people, 10 young men and 6 young women. They were interviewed twice, and we also interviewed their social workers and their foster carers. And then we did a large study with 65 young people, 14 young men and 51 young women, and we also interviewed 111 social service managers in this. As I said, the administrative rules, they are seen as an obstacle for continuity, because not only that you are kicked out of your placement, you are referred from the child services unit to an adult unit, which means that you have to meet other social workers that have no knowledge of children and young people and their problems. And it's that transition from one service to another service is very complicated. And there is quite a lot of research on these problems, particularly for young people with mental health issues. And you have to, it's also to get continued support. Several of the young people that we interviewed said that you have to have problems. I had to change my social worker because I was 20 and everything was really confused because she wasn't my real worker, and I don't know. They said they can't pay for me after I'm 20. I think you have to be on drugs or something for them to pay for you after 20. So Lena, she had this notion that to be able to be eligible for support, you have to have some kind of problems, which shouldn't be the case. You should be able to get support even if you haven't explicit problems. And the relationship with foster carers and residential staff, they were often interrupted, and they weren't replaced with any other social network. And Gunnar, he says, my placement ended when I was 18. They said it was time for me to move because I was 18 and I didn't want to pay for the placement anymore. But I would really have liked to stay with my foster carers, at least until I had finished college. So this is in concordance with what a lot of other young people said. They would like to stay. They would have liked to stay until they were ready. And that is really what makes this situation so complicated, that these young people who need further support more than others maybe, they don't get it, and they don't have the opportunity to stay until they are ready. I mean, no parents would kick out their young people, their sons and daughters, when they're 18 or 19. They would kick them out, or the young people would leave when they are ready. This is a table. We asked the young people, the 65 young people, what kind of support they got with housing, financial help, and employment and education. And you don't have to remember this, but it's quite a clear picture, I think, of the kind of support that you get. Young people themselves had, supported themselves with housing, financial help, and employment and education. Very few got support from both parents. Some actually got support from social services, particularly with housing and financial help. And some got support from residential homes, contact parents, and others. But I think that it's quite obvious that you are very much on your own. And this is when we ask for financial, practical support or emotional help. And you can see financial help, borrow money, practical help, for example, moving house, or emotional support. And both parents gave some kind of support, social services too, but rather little. I was surprised that only 7 out of these 65 mentioned foster carers for emotional support. Maybe we asked in the wrong way. But as you can see, it's varied support, and friends are really important, and also parents or boyfriends and girlfriends. But friends are very important for these young people, and I think we have to realize that. Those who were satisfied with the care leaving process were those who had a smooth transition from care with careful planning, and that's really important. And I think that also goes with what Jan said. And if they had received housing support, if they had been involved in the planning process, and if they had committed social workers who took a personal interest in them, and if they could keep their relations to foster carers and residential care. And I think that also goes into what Jan said about relations. If they had committed social workers who had managed to create a personal relationship, the care leaving process was much easier and much more successful. Those who were dissatisfied, you can turn this around. If they had an accelerated transition with little time for planning, quite a few actually said that. They told me 2 weeks before I was supposed to move that I had to leave, and there was no planning. I have to say that no one of these young people that we had were left without housing, so no one became homeless, but the planning didn't provide them with social network or anything else or support. So many of them felt very lonely and very lost. And they were also very dissatisfied if they felt they had been reduced to cases. And this thing that you have to leave care because you had reached a certain age was problematic for a lot of these young people. They felt actually that they were being administrated, that they were reduced to cases. No other of their friends who weren't in care had to leave because they had reached a certain age. And that's something to really reflect upon. And also if they have been badly informed. And if they had no support from significant others, they were also more dissatisfied. 10 of these 65 young people explicitly stated that they felt lonely and they had no one to turn to. What they wanted, what kind of support they wanted, was someone to talk to, a significant person. They wanted contact with young people with similar experiences. They wanted advice and education about what is required for independent living, and that was really important, and that is also something that Jan referred to. And they wanted support and advice concerning employment and education. And I suppose that some of you have had teenage children, or at least you have been teenagers yourself and young people, and you know how lost you can feel when you think about your future. What kind of education is good for me? What kind of employment could suit me? And you really need to talk to someone about this. And you also wanted continued access to support even when things are going well. One of the young people we interviewed, she said that, well, I like my social worker. She's been so good, and I would like to have continued contact with her. But she said that, well, everything's going so well for you now, so we don't need more contact. Do I have to start smoking pot again to be able to have this contact with her? And that's a rather strange questions to ask if you were a young person leaving care. Or they also said that they wanted access to professional help from psychologists, from therapists, etc. And that's also a very relevant demand for young people in care, that you should have access to such professional help. And they wanted recognition for someone to take an interest in their life. This is, I won't read all of this, but this is connected to the need of education. Gunnar, he says that I don't know anything about income tax, about electricity bills, about mortgage work. What kind of association should you join? And so what he asks for is practical education, advice. No one of the young people we interviewed said that they wanted, financial help such as money remuneration. They wanted advice, how to do their budget, how to do their financial planning. And he says, how long can you, what about the dishcloth? How long can you keep it before it gets ugly and smelly? There are so many things I need to know. And Lovisa, she talks about the need for professional emotional support. She says that so many awful things has happened to me, so I thought they would ask me if I needed some kind of help, like a therapist or something. I thought they for sure would offer me something, ask me if there was anything they could do to help me live with all these memories, anything. because they know everything. They have everything in black and white, my life in a file in their office. Shouldn't they understand that I need help after what I've been through? And that's a very relevant question. In Sweden, as I think as in many other Nordic countries, we have a very strong family-centered policy in child welfare, and I think that's generally a good idea. But when it comes to contact between parents and children in care, it's not so easy, because a majority of parents with children in care, they have a very difficult life situation. And if children stay in care their entire childhood, they are very seldom reunited with parents. And for young people over 18 years who have been placed in care, the median time in care was 4 years. So, I mean, you stay quite a long time in care, and you have less contact with parents the longer the placement lasts. And this is figures for like 10 years ago, maybe more, 15 years ago. The Swedish researcher Bo Winjung did register studies, and he could see that at the age of 18, every seventh youth with 5 or more years in care had lost his or her mother or both parents. And at the age of 25, every fourth had lost one or both parents. So these parents, they live a problematic and sometimes dangerous life. And it's not so easy for the young people to get support from their parents after they age out of care. And that's something I don't think that social services really take into account when they plan the care leaving. I've just told you this. And it's also so that some young people, they don't want contact, and it's hard for social services to accept that. In our first study, when the young people had left care, some of them had better contact with the parents. We interviewed them twice, so we saw that when they were in their early 20s, they had better contact with the parents. But very few of them got any support. On the contrary, it was them who supported their parents. If you look into contact with foster carers, some of them had frequent contact, and that really added to their social capital. But some were disappointed. They thought there were a lack of interest from former carers. And I think that we have a problem here, because the family-oriented perspective says that foster carers shouldn't be replacing the parents. They should be complementary parents. But after the placement is ended, they have some kind of expectation that they should be substitute parents. So I think that's a contradiction here that social services really should need to look into. I think that when you look at this population of young people, sometimes you see them as problems and problematic. And of course they have problems, but they are also very competent and very, they have very high hopes for their future. And I must say that some of them were really skilled at compensating for lacking family support. They found friends, they found colleagues, they found partners. And partner and the partner's family were often very important. They created a substitute family, but it could also make the young people more dependent on continued relation to partners. It was hard to end a destructive relationship, because then they would also lose their substitute family. And this is what Dora says. I know my friends who have moved away from home, what kind of contact they have with their parents. If they have problems with their bills, they can call their parents. Mom, help me with this. I can't do that. I am totally left on my own. The only one I have is my boyfriend. I can trust in him for support. So without a family, you feel very lonely. And here are some concluding remarks. What we could see in both our studies, and I've also done research reviews and looked into other pieces of more recent research. And what I can see is that there's little understanding from social services of the importance of continued professional relations. And I don't think, I've been a social worker for myself for so many years, so I'm not accusing social services or social workers of being bad social workers. I think it's due to a lack of awareness. And also in Sweden, we have had more focus on administrative rules. So when listening to social workers that work now, and we're listening to foster carers who are in contact with social workers, it seems as if the administrative rules have been more important, and it gives less space for the social workers to have some kind of discretion and to work in a way that they might want to, because the administrative rules prevent them. I talked to a person who works with the practical research development in Gothenburg, and I talked to her about this, and she said, well, you're right that the administrative rules are more strict now, because I've talked to social workers who said that they would very much like to support the young people, but they are prevented, they are prohibited to have continued relationships with the young people due to the what their manager says and due to the strict following of the administrative rules. And I think the family-oriented perspectives, it's intended to keep family relations, but in practice there is, as I said, very little support to parents with children in care. So if you want to keep the family-oriented perspective, and if you want to provide support to young people, you really have to work more with parents who have their children in care and support them so they can be able to be there for their young people. And as I also said before, the family-oriented perspective may lead to contradictory understanding of continued support from foster carers. A lot of the managers, we interviewed 111 managers in the Gothenburg region and in the Stockholm region. And when I asked them for what they were expecting, what kind of support they were expecting for this group of young people, they said, well, the foster care should give support, of course. And that's fair, of course, but it's not so easy, and it's also very contradictory if you're not supposed to be a substitute parent during the placement, and you're supposed to be that after the placement. It could be very hard for the foster carers to really understand their commission. And when you look at residential care, the support, some young people got really good support from their residential homes when they left care, but it was always time limited, 6 months, maybe 1 year if they were lucky. So that support, even though it was good and supportive, it was time limited. And I also think there is very little focus from the social services on the importance of social networks, how important it is that you get this support. And I really think that more support should be given to support young people, young care leavers, in creating sustainable social networks. To sum up, well, as I've been talking about these administrative procedures, I won't go into that again. You know what I think about that. But this age limit and the administrative procedures, it made young people feel marginalized and different from their peers. And if the care leaving was accelerated, that had a very detrimental effect on the care leaving process. Our colleague Mark Courtney and his colleagues from Chicago, they have done several pieces of research where they could actually very clearly show that staying on in being able to stay in care for a bit longer had very good effects and made the care leaving much more successful. And I think there is need of extended support for a substantial amount of time after leaving care. And this lack of support from both birth parents, social network and social services, it makes these young care leavers more vulnerable than their peers. And they have a lack of access to social capital, which I don't think that we are quite aware of. And many expressed this feeling of loneliness, and they requested more emotional support. So this was a rather quick go through of these first two research projects, and here is the reference list. And now there's time for questions before I move on to the next lecture about education. So anyone who has some questions? Stop share.
Yes, Ingrid, thank you for a good presentation. I was wondering, when do you think the child protection workers should start the preparation for the aftercare or leaving care?
Pardon, could you say that again?
I was wondering from your research, when the child protection workers should start prepping for the aftercare or for the foster youth to leave care?
We have quite a good instrument for that they use. We have in the last project, Sumni Bečević and I had interviewed both child workers, social workers, and foster care social workers, and I think they have a very good intention of supporting the young people, and they have an instrument called På väg ut, on the way out, which they can use with the young person to see what kind of needs they have, what kind of things they are prepared for, what kind of things they would like to, they have to plan, and they use that instrument, and I think that it's quite a good instrument. So they really tried, but we did focus groups with these social workers, and what they said in our most recent project that we are still working with, they said that they also referred to the administrative rules that they said prevented them from being creative and for really have the young people participating. But this instrument, on the way out, it's quite a good. It's quite a good instrument. It's created by the National Board of Health and Welfare, Socialstyrelsen in Sweden, and it's a good instrument.
Okay, thank you.
Some other questions? If not, then I will just keep on asking.
Okay.
You talked about the lack of interest from former carers, that was something that the foster kids were experiencing, or young or who were leaving care. Do you have some points on how we could change that part?
Yeah, yes. Maybe that was unfair to say so. Ingrid Otterholm and I did a project some years ago when we interviewed 13, 14 foster carers in both Norway and Sweden on how they looked at the family relations with young people. And all of those were really focused on keeping the relationship with the young person. But it wasn't that easy. Some of the young people didn't want to have contact. Some of the young people didn't really trust the intention of the foster carers. So even though the foster carers tried, their intentions were misunderstood. And I think that to help foster carers with this, I think we need to support them, we need to discuss it. And I want to refer back to what Jan said. I think it's really important how you plan this before the placement, that you discuss this with the foster carers when the child is placed and during the placement, so that they are prepared and that the young people are prepared. What kind of social contact would you like to have with your carers? What kind of contact are you prepared to have with your foster children? I mean, in the project I talked with you about, which I have with Ingrid Otterholm, some of the foster carers that had 40, 50 placements, and they were still in touch with most of them. So it's unfair to say that the foster carers don't want to. I think that they want to, but sometimes it's really difficult. And sometimes the young people, as Jan also said, I think we have a problem here with the programs for leaving care, because young people want to be independent. At 19 and 20, after being in care maybe for a long time, the only thing you want to do is to be independent. And that is not always compatible with getting formal support or getting support from foster carers. You don't want to listen, you want to make your own planning. And I think that's why I think that we need to construct a program where young people can participate, so that they can both feel that they are independent and also are able to accept support and accept advice. That was a very long answer to that question.
But really nice answer. Thank you. Something else?
Can I just say something? Yes. Hello, thank you for a very interesting presentation. We are from Norway and the Norwegian Foster Care Society in Norway. We have conducted an annual survey where we ask our foster parents and members, and the great majority want to support their foster children, and they are very motivated in helping so that the kids and young foster adults, that they adolescents, that they will have the best possible outcome. But they feel that when the child turns 18, all of a sudden the support, economical support from the municipality stops. So there's a huge motivation to continue the support, but the system does not always support that.
But you have in Norway, at least you have the opportunity for young people to stay until they're 25. We don't have that in Sweden, so you have come much further than we have. But I still think that the system in both countries are problematic, that you are considered to be an adult when you're 18, and then, I mean, transfer to other services, for example, even if you can stay on. We had in the project that Ingrid and I did, we were kind of surprised that so many foster carers talked about mental health issues for their foster young people who were in their care, and how difficult it was when they had to change services at 18. So it's also a problem with the changing of services. But I'm very happy that you do these reviews. It's great. So keep on.
Thank you.
I wish we did that in Sweden too.
More questions?
Could I just add a little bit, because I totally agree with Ingrid. And this is recognizable from so many countries, that the services try to get away with the costs often. And it's really important to explore it. And I think it's possible for foster carers and the child welfare system to negotiate a bit on the level of support, because it doesn't need to be that expensive in some cases at least. But it also, in Norway, they actually now have a right to living care services. So if they don't get it, they can complain. And the system, especially according to the new legislation last New Year's Eve, it is a stronger signal from the authorities that they should have it. But I have often said that these young people need someone who take a stand and say, this young person needs something and I'm going to fight for it.
One more, last one, so the time.
Yes, the time, I will try to be short. Hi, Ingrid, and thank you for a great presentation. My name is Tone. I'm also from the Norwegian Foster Care Organization. We're talking about economic, and that's a kind of taboo in this area, because we should only talk about love and heart and everything for these children. But when it comes to the fact and the political decision, I mean, economic is very important. So I'm just wondering, Ingrid, have you done any research in Sweden about what it does cost the society not to have this good aftercare? I mean, what's the cost? What's the value of a good aftercare, and what's the cost if you don't have it? Have you done that?
No, I don't think that, but I've always said I agree with you that it would be very interesting, although I think it would be very complicated, because what would you compare with? But I really think that, and I I used to say this when I talk to politicians and policymakers, that even if you rule out all the emotional aspects, you have invested such a lot of money in these young people during the placement, and then you're throwing it all away with not living care. And so far, I have seen no results of these. But I mean, we really need to create an awareness about this, because it's even, I mean, if you just look at it exclusively from the financial point of view, it's a very bad investment. I mean, you throw all this money away, and we all know that not having education, having mental health issues, and all these young problems that the young people have is very costly for society, and of course create huge problems for the group. But I mean, if you rule out of this, it's a good perspective. Yeah.
There's one very short.
I would really like to continue with the education.
Yes, so a very short comment, just that you know, and all your researchers know, that we have just had a report made from Menon Economics about the society value of good foster care. And it's on our website, we will share it with you. And it's really, it's a innovative, it's a really new perspective. And it says that in Norway, 1 Norwegian krone invested in caring for these children gives 11 Norwegian crowns out to the society. You never find that in any other welfare area. So this is something that we can provide you with. Yes.
Yeah. Please share it. I will.
Yes, I will.
More from this than the oil. Yeah, you earn more from this than the oil.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's better.
Shall we keep on going?
Yeah, I will continue with the education thing. Let's see what it is. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I need to read it again. There it is. Good. I think I lost you. Yeah, I think I was lost in a lot of ways, I suppose. Anyway, this is my presentation about education, and as I said before, and we know that young people formerly placed in out-of-home care, they have low educational achievement. We did some register studies in Sweden maybe 20 years ago, which resulted in a greater awareness of this, which was really good. And so we really have to do something about this. And we have done actually quite a few things about the low educational achievement for this group. And this education is very important for a successful transition to adulthood for all young people, but particularly for this young group, I think. And we really have to have an increased awareness of this. I've been lucky enough to be involved in 3 research projects. The YIPI project, that was 5 European countries. It was Spain, England, Denmark, Sweden, and Hungary. And that was some years ago, but I still think the results are interesting. And then we had a Swedish project where we looked into social work files and looked into how do social workers, how do they recognize schooling and education in the files of the children and young people placed in public care. And we looked at 158 cases from 67, 77, 87, and 92. And we also have had an international project from Care to Work, where colleagues from Ireland, from Spain, from Belgium, from the Czech Republic, and from Canada, and from Sweden, of course. And we have a recently published article on this. You can see it in the reference list. It's published like 1 month ago, maybe. This is, I couldn't use the statistics from the YIPI project because that was too long time ago, but we could see that like 40% of the young people, instead of much more in the majority population, completed upper secondary school. But this is rather new figures from the educational register, and you can see here that those of percentage of young people who have completed secondary school and those not placed in care, almost everyone, 96%, complete upper secondary school. And there is the few, not so many of the care population complete upper secondary school. And that's serious enough. But when it comes to upper secondary school, I think if someone had woke me up during the YIPI project and said that you have to present some results from the YIPI project, that is what I would have talked about, that so few in relation to the majority population complete upper secondary school. And we also could see on the grades that they were so much lower in this population than the majority population. And you can see here that 40% of women placed in ninth grade and 34% of those who were placed earlier completed upper secondary school in relation to 81% not placed in care. And the figures are even worse for men. So this is really, really important because as I said in my previous lecture, in Sweden, as I think in many other countries, it's almost impossible to have any kind of job if you haven't completed upper secondary school. So this is really a huge disadvantage for this group of young people. So this is really something to work with and to try to improve the educational attainments. From the YIPI project, we could see that when we interviewed the professionals, there were a lot of focus on relations and feelings of the young people in care. That's what you should work with. And of course you should. I mean, you can't rule that out. But there were very little focus on education. There was a professional paradigm that relation should come later when you had sort of solved the attachment problems and the relations problems. But you can't think like that. Education has to be there from the start because it's also connected to relations and feelings. And there were often very low expectations on placed children in relation to education. Some teachers said and some social workers said, well, they can't be bothered with the education right now because they have such huge problems with family relationships or other problems. But it's very important because we all know that you respond to the expectations that is placed on you. I mean, if you have low expectations, you are very likely to perform in a not so good way. And there's little awareness on the importance of education. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Because I sort of lose you and I can't see anything. But please tell me if something goes wrong that I'm not aware of. There's little awareness of the importance of education. And also very ambiguous rules and regulations concerning responsibility. Who is responsible for educational achievements of children and young people in care? Is it the school? Is it social workers? Is it National Board of Health and Welfare? I mean, who should be responsible for this? I think people were sort of dodging and really not taking this responsibility. If we look at the 158 case files, we could see that the change of school were recognized in 111 cases, but information between old and new school, only 17 of the case files recognize that. And I mean, if you are a parent and you move house, for instance, you move from one town to another, wouldn't you for sure provide the old school and the new school with information of your child and ask for information? And plans for transfer between schools, only 14. Information from old school to new school, 32. And school and education was most frequently mentioned when change of schools, need for support, substantial problems, and placement at residential homes. But I think just looking at this, that you don't provide information when children are moved into care or moved in care. And I think that's really important information. We could see an improvement. There were higher levels of attention for cohorts from 87 and 92. And they were more documented attention if the cause of placement was own behavior. I mean, that's more mandatory placement. Then you had more documented attention on education. But changes of school attract very little attention, and there's very little communication between social services and school. But we could also see an improvement that young people and their parents were much more visible in the case files for those born in 1987 and 1992. Participation of children and parents were almost non-visible at all in the earlier case files. So there is an improvement. this is just to show you lines concerning education in assessment before the child is placed. You can see 0 lines in quite a few of the cases. 1 to 21 lines in most of the majority of the cases. And lines concerning education in case files during placement. There's still a lot of case files that don't mention education at all in the text. And this is, for me, very important, actually. It's a number of relocations. In this project, we had a rather famous professor in pedagogy. He's done a lot of registered studies, and he was so surprised when he looked at the results for this, because he thought that it explained a lot of the differences that he could see in other studies he's done. But so this is the mean number of relocations. The red is placed in care and the blue is not placed in care. So you can see that relocations at school, it's much more common, of course, for those placed in care. And that's not surprising, but it's important to reflect upon, because if you look at this, it's the mean grades percentile, and you could see, of course, that the not placed in care, it's on the blue line here, not placed in care. You could even see for that group, if they had changed schools, the frequency that you change schools has a very bad detrimental effect on your grades, even for that group that is not placed in care. But if you look at grades for this group placed in care, you could see that it's a disaster with the grades. So this figure, I think, is something that you should sort of maybe have a picture on the wall of the school inspection or the Minister of Education, because that's really important to realize, I think. We interviewed the young people in the EP project twice. And what we could see as barriers at individual level, and that goes for all countries, all the 5 countries. Low self-esteem and lack of aspiration was a barrier. And some said that my birth family don't value education at all, that it's not important for them. On the contrary, some young people actually said explicitly that my father or my mother said that education is not important, I don't have to focus on that. And abuse and neglect before care were leading to mental health and behavior problems, so they had huge problems at school. Disrupted schooling and long periods out of school, and literacy and numeracy problems, lack of basic skills, and feeling that nobody cares, being an outsider, were barriers, and no role models. Facilitators was when care and education services worked closely together, and social workers give high priority to education in choosing placements. That's really important. I don't think it happens that often. And when you emphasize that education is the key to future opportunities and provide a strong emotional and practical support in relation to education. And when care and school placements are stable with few changes, and when you can mix with people outside the care system, and when you have role models in the setting and community. And several of the young people that we interviewed, they looked at school as a haven. It was a place of structure and safety, as a contrast to a chaotic life at home. And it allowed them to be a place where they could be normal. And I must say that I wasn't really aware of this. I didn't expect them to say exactly this. So I learned a lot when talking with these young people. And they were seen by at least some adults, and they could have normal friends. So this is a quotation from one of the boys. I could be with normal people, attend a normal school, have normal classes, and see normal friends. And that was really important. And some of the young people were really, really committed and motivated, not like my mother. It seems unfair to the mothers that I know really struggle, but several of them actually said this. I shall not be like my mother. My kids shall have a better life. My mother, she has no social network, she doesn't have any friends, only her sister, and no, I always wanted a normal life, and that's what I'm after. And this girl was at university, and she's actually now a social worker. I still have some in contact with her. And from the Care to Work social study that we did, this is quotations from the young people there, and they are very similar. My greatest fear was to be like my mother. But now I can pat myself on the shoulder and say to myself, you are not like her. I'm so proud of what I have achieved. It was really interesting to go back. We went back to all the young people that we interviewed and asked them what kind of access they had to work and what was supportive and what was not supportive. It was complicated to do it with so many countries, but it was really interesting. In the YIPI project, we also interviewed nominated adults, and in our case it was 3 biological mothers. The young people could nominate. They suggested for us one person that they nominated that had been important for them in relation to education. So they nominated 3 biological mothers, 13 foster parents, 6 teachers, 1 school welfare officer, and 2 residential home staff. And for me it was rather surprising in not such a good way that there were no social workers nominated. And this is what the this is what the foster mother said, that I have never had an explicit fostering task where it says that I should support the child at school. But if it's there, it's because I said so, but it should be the first thing to point out. It should be the first. So this foster mother had fostered over 40 children, and she was really explicit about this. Another teacher at the residential home said that, according to my experience, the reason why children in care don't do well at school and have problems when they finish school is connected to their previous experiences and lack of social support. He said that other kids can go back to something normal, but these young people in care, they can't. So it's so much more difficult for them. And this foster mother, she said that this is in relation to the administrative procedures, because this girl that she had in care wanted to study at the local adult education. Adult education is really important. I'm a great supporter of adult education. She said she studied for 1 term and then she had to move because she couldn't cope with the social services. And the social services had all kinds of difficult ideas with this, and it ended up with her not being able to go through with the adult education. And support after care, this is foster father who says that there is no support for education once the young people are left care, and the foster carers ask for such support from social services. He says that they don't have the strength and the discipline to carry on studying when they are on their own. It's not possible. They have so many personal issues to deal with. There is no place left for anything else unless you have someone coaching them. And what the young people said, that they had no access to study loans. I mean, we have very good access to study loans in Sweden, but still a lot of these young people were reluctant because they saw it as a risk, and they had no financial support, they had no emotional support, they had no support. So they were terrified of being in debt. And looking at the parents, as you said, saw in the other quotations of not being like my mother, they were really scared about this. So it prevented them from pursuing education after upper secondary school. And when we asked the managers in the other project, they said that, well, these young people have the same possibilities as anyone, and they have it on paper, but not in reality. So, and they also need career guidance and support. Access to adult education is really important, and access to counseling, career guidance, information of educational options, counseling addressing personal problems. So I think supporting young people and giving good guidance in relation to education is crucial and not so often done, actually. And also access to financial counseling to help reduce the fear of getting into debt through study loans. And Jan referred to this, the state as a parent, that Yvonne and I have written about previously. And I really think that the state needs to be a more active parent, take an interest in education and individual future plans. And social workers and teachers need to be much more focused on the importance of education. And also adult education is crucial to be able to compensate for low or no marks in some cases. And guidance is needed, how to navigate in the educational labyrinth. And as I said before, this little awareness of the importance of the care support. I just want to mention the program School Fam. It was initiated by the researcher that I mentioned before, Bo Vinjung, and another teacher in Helsingborg in Sweden, and it's a program to improve educational attainments for children placed in foster care. And I think it's a really good program, and it's been important for a lot of children and young people. And it's built on preventive measures. They start with individual. It's only for children placed in foster care, not residential care at this point. So it's individual mapping of children's capacities. They plan for what is needed for this child to achieve well at school. They have follow-up measures. They have evaluation, and they started in 2005. And when I read this report from 2021, a total of 1,503 children have been mapped in some of the school farm teams. And I think that it started in Helsingborg, but right now a lot of Swedish municipalities have embraced this program, and I think it's really important, and it's been really successful. And you can read more about it in the link there. And so here is some further reading, and I think my time is running out, so you can. I will send you the slides so that you can read it afterwards. And I didn't provide my email as Jan did, but it's on the website of the Gothenburg University, so you can email me if you have more questions. So I stop sharing, and so thank you very much for letting me speak for such a long time about my research. Any questions?
Yes, there's one question there.
Yes, hello, Ingrid, Elisabeth here. I was wondering, before children are placed, they have often moved around a lot because their mothers have unstable living conditions. So they might have changed school several times even before they are placed in foster care, and then they may go on changing afterwards. If you count, you can have children perhaps they have changed schools 7 or 8 times during the 10 years before they finish secondary school.
Yes, and that's a well-known fact, and it's. I mean, when I worked as a foster care social worker for many years, I encountered this problem a lot, and there were parents who tried to escape from the social services, as you say, and moved a lot. And we could see, I think that picture that I had of the impact on relocations grades is really a rather terrible picture. But it's also very clear that relocations is not good for children. And if you have to relocate children, you should plan it. And that we could see from the case files that was not so often done. Not a lot of focus on planning relocations at all. No information from the old school, no information to the new school. You just move the child. So that's an important comment.
Some other questions? Something online? No?
You've been listening for a very long time. I think you need a break.
Yeah, that's probably the reason.
So thank you. I'm very pleased that I could participate in this way. So thank you for listening, and thank you for commitment and very good questions. And I wish you a very good continuation of the conference.
Thank
I
you.
have to leave. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Next up is a short coffee break, and we'll start again at 10:30. There's coffee outside. Yes, then we eitthvað? Já. Start again. Next lecture is Matthias going to present. This was he had the most difficult name on the lecture, so bear with me. Young people's experience for living out of home care in Sweden, expectation, handling adversities, and different that was the word I tried many times. Trajectories. Hey!
Perfect. Absolutely splendid.
See.
Can I share?
Yes, you are now able to share.
Perfect. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Matthias Bengtson from the University of Gävle in Sweden. I'm very glad to be invited to speak today. I'm a bit saddened, though, that I couldn't be there in real life. I've been wanting to go to Iceland all the way since the mid-80s when I saw the movie Korpen flyger in Swedish. I think the raven flies. I was actually Googling it to try to say it in Icelandic, but I think I'll refrain. I will not. However, so my background is I've been working as a practitioner in social work for 15 years, mainly with young people. So I've seen this group before they enter placement, during their time in placement, and after trying to make their way into a more independent adulthood. But before I came back to academia, about 10 or 11 years ago, actually, time flies. But I finished my PhD only a year ago. So you could say that I'm a late bloomer when it comes to at least when it comes to research. The focus of my talk is the three main themes that I build my thesis on: young people's, young caregivers' expectations of the future, how they actually handle adversities that they meet during their transition, and what different trajectories do they actually embark on when leaving care. I guess I will touch upon things that Jan and Ingrid has already said, but as my mother used to tell me when I was a kid, repetition is the mother of all learning. So please bear with me if that happens. Okay, why is this an important topic then? Well, firstly, this is a large group. In Sweden, 2021, we had more than 26,000 children and youth in societal care. This is a vulnerable group in numerous ways. We know that there's a strong correlation between growing up in care and destructive development over time. We know also that the transition to adult life takes place earlier and is compressed and during a shorter period of time than for their peers. We know that they have lower degree of support from their families of origin and also from society. So basically, they have an increased risk for social exclusion before they have the time to establish themselves in grown up life or adult life. As Ingrid told you before, there are changes ahead. Hopefully, there are changes ahead for this group. We have been a little behind in Sweden when it comes to how we are at least politically requested to take care of young care leavers after leaving care. Our policy is very vague on that matter, and it doesn't specify what kind of support we could offer or for how long this support should last. We're still waiting for the results of a governmental investigation that ended with a lot of proposals for different types of support for this group. But we haven't heard anything yet about that, which is very, very strange. and which is a pity, of course. And what about their own voices? Sometimes it seems that we, members of the adult society, both maybe practitioners and researchers, forget about their own subjective voices. So I think that's something to dwell on. So what have I been doing for 5, almost 6 years? Well, I've done this longitudinal study where I managed to recruit 24 care leavers. They were all in the ages between 17 and 20. And I have done 3 waves of interviews with this group. The first one, when they were still in care, but the planning for leaving care had begun. It was a face-to-face interview. 6 months up to 11 months later, I had this phone interview where most of them had left care. Some were still in care, but most of them had left. And finally, 10 to 18 months later, after T2, I conducted a face-to-face interview when they all had been out for some time. And the average time from T1 to T3 were 21 months. I recruited 16 boys and 8 girls in of this 24 that I had in the first interview. Most of them were staying in residential care, 15 in residential care and 9 in foster care. And I had, of course, some dropouts during this. I had 24 in the first interview, I had 20 in the second interview, and I had 14 in the third interview. So the first main theme, their expectations of the future. The research question, the questions that I posed to my material was, okay, how do young people in out-of-home care express their expectations of their transition to independent adult life? And are these expectations changing while undergoing this transition? This builds on 2 waves of interviews. And the starting point is, yeah, we know about their vulnerability, but we also know that for young people in general, positive expectations of the future are associated with good transitions to adulthood. If we by that mean lower risk for criminal behavior, lower risk for violent behavior, lower risk for alcohol or drug abuse in adulthood, and for specific to this group, care leavers, we know that positive expectations of the future affect how satisfied they are with housing, with employment, and with their financial situation up to a year after leaving care. So, summary of results. There was a big difference depending on their time horizon. In short term, both in the first and the second interview, they were stories about worries in different life domains. And when it came to long term, 5 years, looking ahead 5 years, they were very, very positive, very normative pictures of an adult life. So first interview, they were talking about short term, they were talking about worries, about housing, finance, and how to manage on their own. This Christer, he had been in foster care for half of his life. He said like this, do I have to live out on the street? Will I still get help? Are they going to throw me out or what? I haven't got a clue. That's why I have trouble sleeping. What do I do with my life? The second interview, they were worried, but it was also intertwined with the ambivalence feeling of freedom, for the first time letting go of the social services. And Karina here, she tells it like this. How am I supposed to solve this situation all by myself? That's my hardest challenge. At the same time, it's nice to be in charge. The long terms, yeah, were positive, had views of the future, talked about what the house and a dog and a family and what they were going to work with. This boy said, well, like a regular Joe, in a way, I want to become a part of society, have a job, be a good person. When I look around, I can see that they are having good lives, you know, starting a family and stuff. Well, that's what you are supposed to do, I think. So he's expressing a rather normative desire to become a part of the adult society. The second interview, long term, they were a bit more concrete on, for example, where they would like to live or what kind of education they would like to have. This girl said, "Oh God, I've been shifting so much, but right now my plan is that in 5 years be accepted in medical school and become a doctor. I haven't decided about university yet, but I like Gothenburg." She actually, in the first interview, told a story of she wanted to become a social worker. So she kind of changed the field here. So what can we learn from this? Well, time is a crucial factor. We get different answers depending on when we ask them and what time horizon they have when they answer. And the leaving process should be able to take the time that they need. Support after leaving care. Given the stories about worries and adversities, they should at least get the question if they want support after leaving care. And to talk about the future. If we know that positive expectations for the future can help them make more stable transitions, we should try to help them cultivate the images of their future, at least by talking about the future, exploring their aspirations and dreams. The second main theme, handling adversities. Okay, but how do they handle adversities that they face? And to what extent do these strategies promote resilience? Again, we know about the problematic image of young people living out of home care, but in qualitative studies, a more comprehensive picture of their experiences appears, which seems to be related to resilience factors, such as a warm and close relationship to carers, positive experiences in school, as Ingrid talked about earlier, plans for the future, having an idea of what the future would look like, a feeling of control in life, and positive peer relationships, and the capacity to reframe adversities so that the beneficial as well as the damaging effects are recognized. And using resilience theory makes it easy to look at both their inner reflexive worlds and outer contextual worlds when analyzing their material. So the thematic analysis based on resilience theory showed that the majority of the informants over time developed process-oriented strategies, which in my categorization emanated either from their inner reflexive world of the informants, containing the themes reframing of experiences and increased self-reliance, or from their outer contextual worlds, containing the theme restructuring of the social network. So the inner world strategies, internal reflective strategies. Two themes, reframing of experience and a couple of sub-themes. More than half, 12 out of 20, changed their view of their placement from a negative at T1 to a more positive at T2. Well, now I am positive to the placement, but if you had asked me 3 years ago, I wouldn't have been. However, yeah, the main pattern was that they changed their view on the placement. For most of them, this seemed to be a gradual change over time, but for some, it even had the element of being reborn with a new set of thinking. I often have the feeling that I've been born again. I'm a new person. I behave differently. Before I was like a lone ranger and said, fuck love, being hateful instead of loving. Now I'm making a choice every day, like being full of love. Most of them who had reframed their experience from a negative to a positive picture also expressed a gratitude towards society that had given them a second chance. I'm so grateful. They have given me my life back. I don't know where I would have been if I had not been placed. The second theme, increased self-reliance. Most of the informants in the first interview reported ambivalence towards their moving out. They were looking forward to it, but at the same time worried a lot about how to manage by themselves. But at T2, many of them described a sense of starting gradually to rely on themselves as active agents in life. One care leaver did put it like this. Well, I felt ready to cut the umbilical cord. which is a very strong metaphor, capturing the parent-like relationship that can occur while in care to the professional carer. For many, their thinking had turned into a more, okay, I'll do it myself kind of way, and the increased trust in themselves could be illustrated by this quote. Well, it's up to me now. I'll have to make the phone calls and ask them directly what I'm supposed to do. It may sound crass, but I have learned that I can't rely on others solving my problems anymore. I have to do it myself. For many of the informants, this process developed into a newfound preparedness for adulthood. It's not like anyone tells me what to do anymore. It's my own responsibility, my own initiative. And that makes me feel like, well, it feels like more meaningful to be 100% in control of what I'm doing. This makes me do things that are important to me instead of doing things to please others. The outer world strategies, the more external or contextual strategies. Many of the informants had experienced problematic relationships with their biological parents, but the overwhelming majority still described the contact with them in positive terms at T2. In the first interview, this care leaver told a story of severe problems with her family, involving domestic violence and various communication problems. But in the second interview, she reported choosing to move back in with her parents after 3 years in foster care. The main reason was that I felt that I didn't belong anywhere. This is where I grew up. This is my family, and this is where I belong, even though it is like it is. So the sense of belonging was crucial to her and made it worthwhile facing the possible adversities entailed in moving back with her biological parents. Another recurrent topic in the informant's narratives at T1 was experiences of doubt about where to move after leaving care. Two emergent issues were how to avoid the risk of getting together with the old antisocial friends and how to establish contact with new supportive friends. At T2, this care leaver told a story of reuniting with his old rewarding friends in his hometown and of the significance this network had for him. He appreciated the reunion and reflected about the problems of his former lifestyle with drug abuse had caused for their relationship. He's talking about his friends, his old friends. They didn't want to hang out with me when I was on drugs, but now it means a hell of a lot. It really does. Old friendship, you know. It's so fun to be back together. It makes me so happy. Okay, and after leaving care, there are no formal assignments regulating contact between care leavers and the professional foster carers or the staff at residential care units. For many care leavers, this can imply the dissolution of a long and close relationship. However, at T2, more than half of the informants that had left care still had contact with their former professional caregivers. Many reported a shift towards an informalization of the relationship, that the formal care relationship had become more like friendship or more like family. This girl did put it like this after a few years in foster care. They have just become family. Yeah, I got myself another family where I feel that I belong. So what can we learn from this? Well, that we know that they face a lot of obstacles while leaving care, but they also use strategies residing both in their inner world, kind of the reframing of experiences, and the increased self-reliance, and their outer worlds, restructuring of the social network. These strategies are continuously negotiated and changed over time. They navigate towards supportive factors both in themselves as individuals and in relation to their surroundings, while also negotiating the meaning of these factors. And these strategies are in line with established resilience promoting factors. All this that I'm saying now does not mean that there are fewer obstacles to overcome, but the recognition of the need to navigate towards tools to overcome them. And the last main theme. So, okay, but how do their different trajectories out of care look like? Their journeys out of home care. What are the main patterns in their transition process? And how is agency reflected in this process? I touch upon the sociological question of agency versus structuring in a way. Always my starting point against the backdrop of the vulnerability, but we also know that they try to exercise agency to overcome challenges that they meet. And that agency seems to be connected to psychological development and the achievement of a secure identity. And moreover, it's enacted through cooperation with significant others during the transitions to adulthood. And it's played out in young people's participation in the decisions regarding their lives. So my theoretical starting point was Hitlin and Elder's ideal types of agency: existential agency, pragmatic agency, identity agency, and life course agency. So this was a directed content analysis, and it generated 3 types of agency-related transitional patterns. From care to societal insiders represented agency with distant goals and a more stable transition out of care, where the informants reported making the transition to an independent and self-sufficient life as insiders of society at T3. From care to societal outsiders represented short-term agentic acts and the most unstable transitions, with informants reporting ongoing severe social problems, lack of steady accommodation, drug abuse, and a criminal lifestyle as outsiders of society at the time for the last interview. Finally, from care to societal in-betweeners, representing informants shuttling between agentic acts with distant goals and being forced to act instantly, here and now, kind of halting their transition in between societal care and independent adulthood in society. These informants were indeed plagued by social problems, though receiving both formal and informal support, and with that help being able to manage reasonably well. This, I don't know the time, really. From care to societal insiders. So at T1, so when I finally went away, I thought, okay, let's do this for real. Not just a month and then out again, stupid. The social workers help me as much as they can, but in the end, it's up to me if I want to do something about the problem. So he had the feeling of being invited to participate in decision making regarding his own life. Or as Jan said, maybe it's he who is inviting the social workers in his life journey, his journey out of care. And you can read the last one, the T3, when he says that, well, it's almost too good to be true. My life has never been this good before. The last year or so has been really good. It's funny, you know. Sometimes it feels kind of unreal. School, I met a nice girl, we have a stable financial situation and a nice apartment. So predominantly positive identification as regular Joes, average members of society. The outsider group, they continually had this feeling of being forced by the social services and not having any existential agency to participate in decisions regarding their own lives. They said, either you come voluntarily or else we will force the coercive law on you. So I came with them voluntarily. Not much room for making decisions there. And it ended at T3. Well, they accept me because of my dad. He was well known among other drug addicts in this town. I guess they see him in me. I only have to meet them once to make them trust me. And trust is usually something scarce among us drug addicts. You kind of gravitate to other users. You can see it in their eyes, and then you make contact. He almost makes it sound inevitable that he should become a drug addict. And also, as he said himself, I'm the black sheep of the society and an outsider. Finally, the in-betweeners. In the T1, she said, I'm kind of stuck here waiting, but the most important thing is that I get help from the psychiatric care. It's absolutely crucial for me to function. The feeling of being forced by different circumstances in life, making it hard to do what they really wanted. Decisions are always dependent on what others must do, so to speak. And at T3, last interview, she said like this, well, the fear of losing the support from my family is always present. But at the same time, it's frustrating. I mean, I'm 21 and I want to be able to stand on my own 2 feet. So shuttling between the feeling of being free because of the help she gets from her family, but at the same time being stuck, as she says, like a 21-year-old who really wants to be independent, but cannot make it happen. So what can we learn? Well, young people's experiences of transitioning from out-of-home care are indeed heterogeneous. Care leavers' agency seems to shape their transition from care to adulthood. Of course, within the realms of structure, of course. There's a connection between care leavers' fundamental experience of prospective life course agency and a stable transition out of care, taking long-term decisions and trying to stick to those decisions. An active participation in the transition process, even while placed in care, seems to be connected to a stable and successful transition to independent adulthood. Thus, the social services should give special attention to young care leavers who do not actively participate in the planning for the transition, because they may be an especially vulnerable group in need of prolonged support when the safety net of out-of-home care is dismantled. I'm humbled and thank you very much for listening. This is my email address, and I will also have at least yes, these are the articles dealing with what the themes that I've been talking about right now. Thank you very much. I think 27 minutes.
Yeah, we have time for at least one question. No questions?
Crystal clear.
Yes, so clear. If you have some questions, then we saw his email, then we can just mail him.
By all means, feel free to email.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then thank you, Matthias.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Then we have the next lecture is international aftercare research, a review of some recent literature, and it's Elisabeth who is going to present. Welcome.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for inviting me. I need to say that the title is a little bit misleading, because when I started this, I found out that I needed to do more sort of take a step back and look at context and development of the research rather than going through the most recent articles about aftercare. So I'm going to talk about that. That's why I need to know. If you see that is in touch marks. Yeah, so we see. So the content, whoops, is to be what kind of knowledge do we now need to improve the sum of our knowledge in ways that help care experienced young adults? Where are we now? Is there some knowledge we need now that we don't have? I have some ideas and others have. And that can be empirical ways, it could be methodological, it can be theoretical. And also for countries, groups of countries, and cross-country comparisons, we probably need to know some more things. But that will be the main content of my talk, and I'll refer to some literature on the way. But that's going to be. So, if we go back, I say that aftercare research isn't very old. Yeah, they caught me out yesterday. But I think we can define the starting point in the 1980s as 40 years ago or something. Rudy Fessier published a book in 1983 called No One Ever Asked Us, a postscript to foster care. And her informant wished they had had a better education, they had better preparation for the world of work, and greater participation in decisions about their own futures. That was 1983. And then in 2017, this book was re-reviewed, and these were still salient issues 30 years later. And then Mike Steen and Kate Carrier's book came in 1987, Leaving Care. They made this very salient point we know about compressed and accelerated transitions. That is, that young people leaving care, which at that time they did at 16 in Britain, were expected to cope with the transition to adult life during a shorter time frame and with lesser resources than young adults in general. And I think it's very sort of fascinating because a colleague of mine from NOVA, from us, she did a dissertation in 2005 when she looked at what kind of parental support do young people in general get in Norway. And at that time in Norway, the most frequent sort of movement pattern was that young people left home between the ages of 18 and 22. Often because the young men left because they did a military service and never moved home afterwards, or they moved out to study or whatever. It was quite frequent, and still is they had some kind of collective or lived with a partner for a shorter time, etc. But they usually left home. But still, they had their parents. They had the parents as backing. If they were broke, they could go home and have some money. If they could go home and have some food, they could go home and have their clothes washed, if necessary. And the parents were there. I mean, you nod. I mean, it goes on, and then you get grandchildren, and it continues going on and on. And then the age researchers at NOVA say at some point it shifts. So then the children begin to support the parents, but it's an ongoing process. And I was very touched by, there was, I don't know which Englishman it was, but he says, what if it were my child? What would you tolerate for your own child? And then contrast it with these young people. I mean, when Norway, 18 is the age of majority in Norway. And when you are 18 in Norway, you are in the second year of upper secondary school, and nobody accepts you to make do by yourself. Nobody at that age. And so look at what we do with these people who have been taken into care. And I say as often as I can that I think the state has a particularly ethical obligation to make sure that these young people get a good grown-up life, because the state has sort of taken over the responsibility for them, but they leave them too early. That was sort of, and this compressed and accelerated transition that made a very huge impact on Norwegian thinking about aftercare. So that was the outset. And then I started thinking yesterday, not least because of some of the talks yesterday, that you will have phases in developing a research field. You build stone on stone. And one thing which I'll come back to, but which I've been wondering, do we actually define the concept aftercare in similar ways? I mean, how do we define it? It's very easy to aftercare is aftercare. Everybody knows what aftercare is, but do we? I mean, you have a question how we have an age range from 18 to 20, 18 to 21, 18 to 25 in Norway now, 18 to 26 in Slovenia. We know in Norway that 18 to 25 is ridiculous because most of them are not older than 20 when the aftercare services end. They are 18 and 19 mostly. That's an operational definitions, but would you say aftercare is any time you leave care, if you're 18 or not? Would you say aftercare are specific packages which you receive or not? I mean, we don't discuss the definitional question, but that's sort of interesting, but I don't know any answers to it. But if you think about the development of research field, the first is, of course, establishing a knowledge base, which started in the 80s. Huge interest in what are these, and interest, I will come back to it, but it was an interest in documenting how awful the situation was for caregivers. Secondly, you have, which came later, you start to diversify and specialize. First you have this knowledge base, and then you start getting interested in For instance, foster care, residential care, age, gender, minorities, and sort of differences between different outcomes for those who have been in care. I'll come back to all these points after a while. And then you start searching for a theoretical basis. You have sort of an empirical things in place, and then you start working on theory. I think aftercare research was criticized for being untheoretical up to 2006 or something. And then finally, are we now actually repeating ourselves, or are we renewing efforts to find new knowledge? So now I'll take this a little bit by little. And the first is establishing a knowledge base. And I think it's fair to say that those two books I mentioned, they initiated a lot of outcome studies. And about care experienced young people, mostly, but also with care experienced young people. But most of the qualitative research has come later. And it generated lots of information across countries about how badly they were doing after their transition to adulthood. And Matthias, he had some references. You can go anywhere and find tons of references about this. The Nordic countries have, not only the Nordic countries, but for instance, Sweden, Bo Vinnerjung and colleagues. In Denmark, we have a research environment. In Norway, we have had at least 3 large registry studies during the last 20 years or so. And it generated lots of information. And depending on, with the registry studies, depending on which registers you could use, you can find out lots about they died earlier, they earned less money, they lived less stably, they were probably divorced more often, their children came into care again more often than others. And this was very often, as I say, done by comparing young adults with samples or cohorts without care experiences. And needless to say, care leavers always came out worse. And in addition, yes, we had some smaller qualitative studies. But one sort of thing that cropped up for me, at least I was involved in the NOVA one. One thing we call it in other settings, garbage in, garbage out. When you do registry studies, you get exactly what the things you have to get in, what they are, that's what you get. And it's a huge difficulty because the variables you have, they are not designed specifically for child welfare research, but they are designed for many other purposes. So you have to mix them, you have to make proxy variables and things like that. So you don't always get the good answers from the registry studies, but it looks very nice. Huge tables and curves and everything. And also useful. I mean, we learn a lot of things, but there are limits to how much we learn. And I would say that this was positive in the sense that all this research contributed to necessary recognitions of challenges facing this vulnerable group, as well as the problems they had in a series of important life areas at the group level. And this could further policy making, of course, new legislation, of course, like in Norway we had the 1953 law which ensured the possibility of aftercare between 18 and 21. And then we got the 1992 law, which eliminated aftercare. And then we had lots of noise made by several, and then it was reintroduced in 1998, still 18 to 21. And then some years later, we got 18 to 23, and now we have 18 to 25. So there's been developments. And also more appropriate services for this very vulnerable group. But the second thing, as I say here, this research contributed to a certain stigmatization, justifying all the negative expectations to them as a group, particularly if they had been in residential care. And this is sort of an side issue, which engages me a lot, but you have foster children and children in residential care. And I mean, children in residential care, they are sort of, in addition to everything else, they are burdened by the fact that everybody says that residential care is the last resort. And I don't know what it feels like to be a young person who's placed somewhere when it's the last resort. I think it's quite horrible. And I think the research, as it was before people started to talk about positive outcomes, contributed to this stigmatization. Yes, you have been in childcare, there's no hope for you. You won't be able to survive because you have been in care. And that's sort of an extra and unnecessary burden for those who are already burdened, I think. But I still, at the same time, I think, of course, this research was necessary because formerly people weren't all that interested in what happened to these young people. They were just there. And now at least they had attention, but we needed to move on. And I think that the point here is that research has ethical responsibilities. So the next phase would be we need to widen the field. We need to gain even more knowledge, but we also need to redress the imbalances that have resulted from early research regarding both the knowledge and how it is applied. So the next phase, in a way, it was diversification and specialization. And you can see that from, if you look at now I get in certain new references all the time from academia or whatever it is. And now I can see people are specialized, sort of different types of resilience in young people who have been in care. This is sort of a title you would never have found that some years ago, for instance, or educational aspects or relational aspect or social research, social support aspects or everything like that. And of course, it has been very fruitful because you have had diversification. I mean, research methodology has developed immensely during the last 40 years or so. But besides, more approaches have been accepted as a sort of kosher in the research field. We have registered studies, we have, like our Finnish colleagues, we have more use of social media, virtual reality, we have research through Facebook, through other social media, we have qualitative studies, survey studies, we have registered studies, lots of methodological approaches which are very good to have. We have lots of published studies in many languages and more cross-country research, etc. Organizations we have, and as I say, after the year 2000, particularly after 2010, involving users to a much larger degree, both as reference persons and co-researchers. And we have representatives from foster parents here who have been very active during the later years in how to build up a good foster care system. I think you were established in 1981 or something, but you have been getting more and more impetus over the years, of course. And we have young people's organizations, we have parents' organizations, which is very good. And then also more demands for research-based program development and evaluations that has changed during later years. So I say in parentheses here that perhaps researchers must leave the ivory tower, go out into the world. While before you said that we're sitting in our ivory towers at the universities. But the consequence of that, as I say, that is that child care research is politicized, very politicized. I mean, child care is one of the normative fields that always creates lots of debate, lots of opinions, lots of political correctness and uncorrectness, etc. So, when I say what is research nowadays, has research changed? Yes, I think I started as a researcher in, when was it? 1988. And the research world has changed immensely during those years. It has to do with funding, how to get money. It's much more difficult than it was, and who defines the issues. Not the researchers always. Oh no, only if we are lucky to get some free means. What's popular? What's politically correct? What is not politically correct? In Norway right now, it would be highly politically incorrect to say you must, not for everybody, but in some settings, you must stop calling residential care the last resort. There actually are young people who should not go into foster care, but will profit better by residential care. To say that in some context is sort of, I know that because I've been involved in some evaluations and projects on that score. And I mean, how independent are you when you know who pays for the research? You have to compete for projects. You have to find a project that is more or less close to what you would like to do yourself, and you have to compete to have the money to do it, using lots of time to make applications. And then again, what kind of knowledge production is listened to, and that does not necessarily have to be research-based knowledge. It can be knowledge gleaned from other sort of research-like areas, or lobbyist groups, or many sort of all these persons who are now active in the field, not only researchers. So, you know, you as a researcher have to move around in the field with many actors to try and do what you want to do and what you think is correct to do. And that's a change from before. But it makes life more interesting, I hope. So just to say, so when I talk about aftercare research, you will sort of talk about partly in different countries, different legislation. I think it was very interesting to listen to Matthias, since we know that Ingrid and her colleague Yvonne have been lobbying for years to have an aftercare legislation in Sweden, which we have in Norway and Denmark. They haven't succeeded, but still, Matthias described many of the same types of services that we could have in Norway through the aftercare system. And that was interesting, I think. Yeah. So, with that backdrop, childcare research is politicized, and it has to be. And we have to handle that, because the field is normative and politicized, and such is life. And it should be like that. So then we have the theory. I said in 2006, Mike Steen, our lovely mentor from the University of York, the bear-loving Mike Steen, Jan, huh? At conferences all over the place. He edited a special issue of Child and Family Social Work. And one pertinent question was the lack of theory-based aftercare research. The push had been to create an empirically solid knowledge base. But now the time for theorizing had come. It had really come. So some examples are attachment theory, yes, resilience theory, as Matthias talked about, life course theory, which some Irish researchers have been doing a lot with, particularly within school achievement, coping theory, trauma theory, theories of social inequality, which reflects a sort of cross-professional research community, because we have social workers, sociologists, psychologists, philosophers, others who sort of many people who are in this field. So all sort of we had some blossoming of different theoretical approaches, and I'm very happy that we haven't had any kind of sort of this theory is acceptable and that is not. It's been more an open discussion, which I think is very good. And we heard interesting, I think, talks yesterday at our internal seminar. People sort of bring new approaches to the field, theoretically as well. So that's a change as well, which is a good change. So there's been a positive development, but now I think it's time to ask, are we now repeating ourselves? And I say yes and no, both yes and no, because we have the same themes. I mean, they don't do well. They don't do well on a range of life areas, but we approach that in a little different way. An example actually is the registry studies, which I suppose, I don't know which of your studies Stian and Lena are going to talk about afterwards, but sort of as registry research has become more sophisticated, you can find out more from them than you could before, and that's okay. So we can see different approaches methodologically, more specialized research, because you have methodological development, which makes it possible to specialize more use of, for instance, surveys, web-based approaches, more packages to analyze data, sort of much more things that helps you as a researcher. You have the same themes, but more policy-oriented research, policy-oriented evaluation of programs, etc. But you have different actors also, more actors like lobbyist organizations, interest organizations, many different university, high schools, etc. And perhaps different foci from research, and more politically motivating framing of the research. And I think researchers are less independent than they were. I also think that different countries are at different points in this development. All this research didn't come at the same time in all the different countries, so we have people in other parts of the world who are in other places, and we still need to communicate. And I think that in different countries there are different needs for aftercare service and thinking, and that also makes it. It's not, we are not only repeating ourselves, but we are that as well. So I think sort of at the end I have two questions, and I don't have many answers to it, because I think it's a kind of a reflection. If there are questions that we can now see are sufficiently well researched, so they don't need to be repeated in the same way or on the same scale as before. And I think one of them actually is how badly these young people fare. You have tons of references, so you don't need to repeat the fact that, yes, they do badly. No. But you can go further in and say, okay, there are some preconditions for doing badly. There are some preconditions for doing well. And this doing well approach came into the literature around 2012, 10, 12, 13, which was the last 15 years. So that has been a focus in the research, which was not as evident before. So sort of we can use what we have done, but we don't have to do it exactly the same. We can sort of do it in a different way, I think. Yes. And the second question there is, are there questions which have been ignored or under-researched during these decades, which now need to be worked on? Also sort of challenging the thinking. And some of them, I think, is most of what you would call knowledge that you might actually put into a table. I talked about the definitions. You could say, what are the age ranges? What are they? If you go to all the 49 countries or something in members of the INTRAC, the International Aftercare Research Organization, if you sort of listed them, what are the age ranges in the different countries if there is any legislation? And what kind of legislation exists? Is this a rights-based factor or not a rights-based factor? So that you can sort of have a picture, broad picture. And also to get a better overview of which you can from INTRAC, where does this research actually take place? I know we know Europe, we know United States, we know South Africa, Australia, and some other countries, but where else? And can we learn from each other? That's sort of, and also, which is in my dreams, which will never happen, but in the late 1950s, there was a very well-known study called Kauai study, and Kauai is a small island in Hawaii, and a couple of researchers, they took a cohort of children and followed them from birth and onwards. And what they managed, of course, was that they could see what happened to them at different points in time, and then they could follow and see, okay, what kind of new factors came in to influence the outcomes. And that gave an enormous knowledge about social conditions, family conditions, children's varied developments, which you can never get when you look backwards. But I know it will never happen, but it would have been ever so interesting. And I think the Danes have been the closest to it because they have these cohort studies from 1995, the 3,000 placed children, which we have been interviewing and following up for ages in Denmark. I would have dearly loved the same. And other question, yes, probably. Would have been more about education, I suppose. And also, I think more sort of program studies and different sort of trial methodological studies, whatever. And I'm sure many people have ideas that they would like to share about that. Because you always have to ask, what could we have done differently? What would have happened if we did that or that or that? Yes. Okay, I think I'll stop there. I don't know the time, yes, but I'm sure there will be questions. Any questions? Yes, there must be questions, I'm sure. No? No. Come on, people. You know me. You've seen me before, most of you.
In Norway, we learn about when you're become
become foster parents, you go courses, you have to better to be foster parents. And we learned that the long-term relationship is so important.
Yeah.
And long-term, we talk about adult life.
Yeah.
Celebrating every Christmas, they all of that. But they never talk about who's going to pay for this. It's like Tone said earlier, it's a taboo to talk about the economics part of this. And of course, the foster parents, many of us, we love the children.
Yeah.
Many of us see it as their own children.
Yeah.
But why don't we get a long-term economic plan for this?
Yes.
Because that creates stability for the foster parents. It creates stability for the young child that is moving out. And it doesn't mean that it has to cost that much.
No.
Like we talked earlier.
Oh, exactly.
Where is the plan for the economics plan that creates the good stability for everyone?
You know, we have the political also. Though we don't talk about money because that means you are not fond of the child.
Yeah.
It was there very much in the 80s, but it's still there. Yeah.
And also, like you said, it's taboo to talk about. Maybe some children should be in an institution because that's the best for them.
Yeah.
In the same place that then you don't love the child. If that's.
As you know, there is an Australian. I think it was from Australia that made 7 points about how to get good child welfare. And they said that instead of saying that residential care is the last resort, it should be seen as an integrated part of the care system, intended for those who profit by being in an institution. And when we evaluated the state reform from 2004, in 2011 we saw a very great difference between those in institutions and those in foster care. And it had very much to do with drug abuse or severe behavior problems. And I mean, when we look at some of the children in residential care today, I mean, they wouldn't survive, and the foster families wouldn't survive to have them. But the answer now, obviously, is our minister says, okay, we have about 25 million euros for specialized foster home because everybody has a better life in foster care than an institution. And that's a very strong ideological meaning from a minister, I think.
Yes, thank you. It was very interesting. I don't know if I have a question, but I have a comment. And that regards the longitudinal aspect. Because I think sometimes when we talk about longitudinal research, we often talk about the young people only. But I think it would be very interesting to have a more longitudinal approach to the services.
Yeah.
How does services develop, both in regards to the child welfare or social services, but also like within a foster family or within a residential unit, that there is a need for more, because I think most of the research that I have been able to access at least, that is kind of just, they just pop in and research it at a very short time. And I think that gives a wrong impression of the support somehow. So I really wish that could give them thinking of new research.
I agree with you. We have social anthropologists. They love staying in institutions for months at a time. So there's some very good anthropological research on institutions, Scottish and from other countries, which I think is very good. But I agree with you. I really agree with you.
Yeah, especially in not the residential, because I think that also these administrative, we have been talking about that today, the problems when the administrative routines take over somehow. And I think it would be very interesting to study how that actually takes place. So,
yes, and I also think it's very interesting now, as you probably know, Norway has been have get thumped down in the European Court of Human Rights, several judgments lately, and concerning contact between children in foster care and their parents. And sort of we pride ourselves on always being knowledge-based, but how you can be knowledge-based and say contact X times a year and still be knowledge-based when half a year later you say contact Y times a year, that's above my capacity to understand. And that's sort of this which social workers has often been accused of being too sort of pendulum-oriented. So you go from one extreme point to another, and we are in the middle of one of those now, and still say we are knowledge-based. Okay.
Yes, the next lecture is population-based outcomes in adults among Norwegian care leavers, disparities and opportunities for targeted interventions. And that is Stian or Lena, which are presenting. Welcome.
Thank you very much for being here, and in danger of being one of those presentations that sort of focuses in on just the poor outcomes. I think our intention is a little bit similar to what Jan introduced this morning around trying to identify some of the outcomes in terms of actually looking at what sort of interventions earlier on in the career or care career would make sense in order to actually improve outcomes. So that's our intention, but still there is potentially a sort of a deficit lens, or it could be viewed as providing a bit of a deficit approach, which is not our intention. My name is Stian H Toresen. I'm a senior researcher at NTNU Social Research, and given this presentation together with Lena. And we're actually presenting some data that some other people been doing the study on, but we've been part of some sort of the secondary analysis writing up. So this is a study that Professor Veronica Persson carried out with colleagues, Christian Wenborg as well, were heavily involved in data analysis on data that's a little bit dated. So these findings are reflecting 2014 data. We're trying to get the data set updated. So I'll pass on to Lena for some background context.
Yes. We wanted to give some background and the context of the Norwegian child welfare system. And yeah, you can read. Because I want to, leave the manuscript a little. And I have been working in the child welfare system since 1997. The last years before I started my PhD, I was working in residential care. And this study that Stian will present, I feel a bit, my heart cries out for these children, because I've been working with them for many, many years. And this study, I think, the poor outcomes, why is it like that? We can measure it, but why and what can we do? And that is so important. Yeah. So, yeah. This is about the Norwegian child welfare system, sometimes viewed as a family service system. And this has been a transition, because when I did it was not a bachelor back then, but we were not doing child welfare, we were doing child protection. And I want to emphasize this, because I think we have lost the protection perspective. As we describe it as a family service system, well, it is also child protection, and that is so important. And residential care is described as, the last stop in the child protection service. And I want to place an argument, it is not. It is a very good placement alternative for very many children. Yeah. I think. Ska vi bara gå till nästa? Jag tror jag ska se. Yeah. We have this decentralized system in local municipalities responsible for investigation, etc., but also, this is very important, the municipalities are responsible for all the children with care orders. So, as the state delivers services in residential care and specialized foster care, it is the municipalities who has the responsibility, and they are always left in the bad and poor situation in these cases. And we now have recently implemented the new child welfare services law, came into effect in January 2023. We also have the child welfare reform, came into effect in January 2022, and personally, I don't know if it has to do with the child welfare, but more economical and financial aspects. The responsibility for foster care is now placed on the local municipalities. And if you know Norway, you have some municipalities with maybe 1,000 inhabitants, and how on earth are they going to manage this? So that was, I just had to say it, I'm sorry. I mentioned in the beginning that we have lost this perspective of child protection. And I wonder, in this aftercare, when we talk about child welfare, and then we move them into the other welfare system, it's welfare to welfare. Well, where is the protection of these children? And I think that maybe children in foster care, they have adults around them, the adults have cared for them for many years, but in residential care, they are left alone, very alone. And there is a difference, I think, between the state-driven institutions and the non-profit organizations. And in Norway, we now have implemented this standardisert forløp. Don't know what that would be in English. Standardized timelines for the state. And this is really, the basics is the software, the program. So, when the child is leaving the institution, the software gives notice, I think, 2 or 3 months before the financial aspect stops. And this is critical because you cannot work with the transition just 2 months before the child has to move out of the institution. So this is a bit of the background. And I think that I have, you said, what if it was my child? Would I tolerate this? No, I would not. I have a daughter, she's 21 now, and I'm still supporting her. Not because I think it's a welfare issue, but I want to protect her from all these things that can happen to her. So why are these children, why do they have kind of a less value than our own children? So then I will leave you presenting the data.
Thanks, Lena. Moving on, I'll try to not go into the exciting technicalities of linking registries and linked data. Basically, Norway, as other Scandinavian or Nordic countries, have a good national infrastructure for re-identifying individuals across different administrative databases. And there is an infrastructure for these registries to be linked and individuals be identified across those. So for this study, we got data from Child Welfare Services registries, the National Population Registry, the National Education Database, as well as the National Social Security Registry. there's a typo there, which basically allows us to find the same individuals and look at the outcomes across of these. Basically, the study inspired or trying to look at what we often call transition markers or outcomes across specific domains, employment, education, training, and also receipt of social security or social welfare benefits. Another key question for that study, and we've actually expanded beyond that, but one of the key questions was actually, is aftercare a pivotal input? So do people who receive aftercare fare better than those who do not? And that's a very loaded question, I suppose. You could also ask, are the people who receive aftercare similar to the ones who do not? And probably, yeah, well, I'll return to that question actually. But there's all these additional contextual socio-demographic background variables, which are actually probably just as important for determining outcomes. And it's really tricky, as Elisabeth said, with this methodology in Norway especially, where typically you only get a sample for the non-target population. So we were able to, or the study has been able to get all people registered as having welfare services support, but only a sample from the remaining population. That's been weighted to represent some of the key characteristics of the target population. That might actually skew some of the findings. So actually having that weighted according to migrant background, for example, which is a key variable here, might actually skew the general population in terms of actually having an overrepresentation of migrants, which might actually skew outcomes in certain ways. We can have some guesstimates around the effect there, or speculate, but basically we don't really know the effects there. We're hoping for an updated linkage to actually be able to have the full population, where we'll be able to adjust for that. Just very briefly, the study was funded by the Norwegian Directorate for Children, Youth and Family Affairs, so obviously there's an interest there. Collaboration between NTNU Social Research and Arctic University. Several other inputs, which I probably won't go into. And then there is a final report in Norwegian, and we also have a recent publication that's was just paginated last month, I think, or in May. So it's been early on and available for a year or so, but it's actually made it into the final issue. I'm just aware of time, so I'll try to simplify this. What we're really trying to do is, or present here, are the differentiated outcomes across different groups. So basically, the people who receive support from child welfare services are very heterogeneous. The variety around someone who's been in multiple institutions, in and out of institutions, versus someone who may have had a support measure, potential kindergarten, early life, something like that would be tremendous. So we've actually quite complicated, but we actually tried to segmentate the child welfare services group into that's 8 different groups, and in a sense we've also done some judgments around what we consider to be a heavier measure. So individuals would be potentially receiving multiple measures within the same time period. So we've sort of coded it according to what we've considered the heavier measure. So this is, in a sense, increase weight according to our subjective judgment. So very simply, if we look around completion of secondary education, and also we've put this on an age axis because we had an assumption that there might be some differences according to time. So it might actually be, or do people actually catch up? They just need a few more extra years to actually complete high school, in a sense. What we actually see is for the comparison group. So these are comparison group and child welfare services group total. It actually, the disparity actually grows during the first initial years, and then it's sort of stable for the next until the early 30s. And then we're trying to, and this is quite, there's a lot of lines here. Don't care too much about all the lines and all the colors. It's just trying to indicate a few trends here. So you do have what we would call the groups that are less likely to fare as well, we would I think. So the ones who only receive child welfare services in the last years, so the ones who might have some in the late teens have some challenges here, the ones who only receive in early childhood, the ones with only in-home supports, so not in out-of-home care. And there's actually a wide range here as well. And also if we take in the out-of-home care group, their outcomes are which probably is predictable, generally poorer, but interestingly, the ones in long-term foster care are faring better. And again, this is probably not too surprising for the ones who are familiar with the topics. And if we put all the groups together, we actually see that the disparities across the in-care groups is actually similar to the disparity between the care and non-care or child welfare services, non-child welfare services groups. So actually, what I would say is that actually the disparities within this group or the differences within this group is actually greater than across the groups, which probably is not picked up on that often. I'm aware of time, so I'll try to do this briefly, but we see similar trends across the other key outcomes we looked at. So for employment, again, these are the lighter measures, these are the heavier measures, these are all. For employment, it's substantially different, more varied within the child welfare services group. Financial assistance, welfare payments, this is actually inverted graph, so it's actually the percentage of people who receive welfare payments, so lower numbers is better. Again, similar trends with support measures, lower impactful measures, the heavier measures, and again, very substantial variations within the child welfare services groups. Financial assistance, you might think that there is a reduction and that the sort of the lines are getting closer the older the groups gets, which is true, but we actually have to look this outcome in combination with what we're calling health-related benefits, but in reality are permanent disability support benefits. And basically, that's the other way. So in a sense, the ones who drop off the welfare benefits go into the health-related benefits. And again, very similar trends. Trying to summarize, we've also done a few other analyses. So the graphs are the descriptives, and we try to do some controlling or modifications for some of the inaccuracies or gaps in our data. So what we would say, making some adjustments for the socio-demographic differences and so on, in general, better outcomes for persons who have received aftercare. This is probably, again, not rocket science, but completing upper secondary education is one of the key predictors for doing better across the other domains. And again, people in residential care, particularly long-term residential care, appear to have substantially poorer outcomes. I'll come back to the cavities. Interestingly, aftercare significant associations, and these are only associations, with employment, receipt of health-related benefits, and receipt of financial assistance, not completion of upper secondary education. So interpreting that finding might actually mean that aftercare is a support measure to encourage young people to complete upper secondary school. It's also interesting to note the interrelationship between long-term foster care and aftercare support. And again, there might be some other factors related to that. For example, staying in or receiving aftercare in order to finish high school and staying within the foster cares. So obviously, it's these associations, and we can't actually based on this data say what's the determining factors is or are. But if we're trying to interpret this, it's really important to highlight that while we have population-based outcomes, these are associations and trends, not causal relationships. So we can't say that because of this, it leads to A leads to B. Basically, there are associations, nor do they illustrate experiences. So these are methodological limitations. Again, also, although persons who have been in long-term residential care statistically have the poorest outcomes, the study cannot say whether that's because they have the greatest underlying challenges, drug, alcohol, mental health, other underlying challenges, which also makes outcomes poorer, or if it's a feature of care, residential care. And there are a number of confounders or time-specific factors. So we're not sure if these are, would be repeated in our updated data set. And then what we're probably, and again, these are not sort of groundbreaking recommendations, so it sort of probably fits into that, is that you would suggest that reducing residential care might be useful. Increasing opportunities for completing a secondary school would be crucial, as well as enhancing vocational and employment pathways. Now, I think they should, personally, I think they should be viewed together, so they're not necessarily the same. Just at the end, these are probably more resources rather than references. So these are some of the other projects or studies that have inspired us or have been run in parallel using some of the similar approaches, both in Norway and Australia. So I worked a long time in Australia, and we also have collaborations, ongoing collaborations in Norway and Australia where we compare outcomes. And I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll try to leave it here unless there's some pertinent questions. And of course, happy to take questions or requests by email if there's anything afterwards.
There's not lunch until 5 minutes, so you can. Yes?
Yes, go back to the residential care, because I can't see how we can say that reducing the use of residential care, which is smack into the political thinking, would help, because those who would not place in residential care are the ones that will be thrown out of foster care very quickly. And what does to go on? I mean, the effect of saying in last resort, as I do, they don't, is that you wait with the placement in the residential care for a very long time, and then you have this succession of moves between residential units, instead of saying, okay, now we invest to have good residential care units who manage these young people, for which we have many examples I think you sort of the advice that
Sure. If I'm going to give my personal view, and Lena might have a different view, I think there's several things loaded into that, both recommendation and also question. I think residential care today in Norway is underdeveloped. So I think it's a very one track.
And why do you think that is? Because it has been seen as a last resort for 15 years. So we could down-prioritize and underfunded and underdeveloped, as you say. But it's not because of the wanted development, which is being fueled by everybody saying that residential care is no good.
Sure, and I also think there's contrary to that, and I'm contradicting what I put on the slides, is that I also think that there's the lack of long-term residential care. So what we coded as long-term residential care are actually people that move between, so they've been 6 months to 12 months in one place and then to another one. Some might have been at the same one or moved between different branches there, but I do think they do not reflect permanency, which I think is quite different.
Yeah, and I just want to comment on that when it comes to this the residential care. As a result of the reform, the residential care in Norway, it's the state who pays for the placement, but the municipalities has to pay a share, and this share has been doubled now, and this is also, I think, a way to, reduce placements in residential care. Yeah.
Yes, of course, I agree with you, Stian, because the research that exists on good residential care says many of the same things that you say. And of course, we had a long-term residential care unit where people could grow up. And the young lady, she was placed there at 13 after 2 broken foster homes. And by the age of 20, she was the first person in her family who had ever had higher education. Within the same residential care unit for many years. And we have also residential care units with several departments, so that the children can, for instance, they have an aftercare section, so they can sort of keep up continuous relationships, so it's possible to do it. In Norway as well.
So if I could throw in another comment there, I think what we're lacking in Norway is we call these institutions, they're family-sized institutions.
Yeah.
But I think we're actually lacking what elsewhere we call group homes. Where there actually has that sort of longer term.
Yes, and how many would be in a group home?
Again, for similar, 4 to 6, typically.
Yes.
But the idea is that they're not the short term, 3, 6, 9, 12 months, but it's arguably, but yeah, that's a different discussion.
You're not closing any more residential homes.
Sorry. It's interesting.
Some more comments or questions before we go to lunch? Yes.
Just a comment to Lena. I want to thank you for reminding us that we are working with child protection. That's really another good one. Thank you.
Yes. Good comment to end on, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we'll, Yes, then we go to lunch. For those who are in the room, the lunch is upstairs. You online, you can just eat there wherever you want. Sorry, good question.
Downstairs.
I hope you had a good lunch. To keep the time schedule, I start punctually. So the next presenter will be Guðbjörg and Bettý. They are from the foster care team here in the agency, and they are going to present a little bit about that. Nei. Þetta er það. Já. Take it away.
Hi, my name is Guðbjörg and I'm the team leader of the foster care team. And me and Bettý are going to tell you a bit about what we do and also the processes of foster care in Iceland. So about our team, we are 5 employees working full-time, and we call on other agency employees to carry out occasional tasks as we want to use the professional knowledge in our organization. Each employee has their own area of expertise as well as carrying out daily tasks. And we have a very ambitious and hard-working team. And it's expected that we're up to date on the newest knowledge, so following research and literature is a part of the job. So this is the full-time employees. Among us, we have decades of experience working in the system with the developmental, mental, and behavioral challenges in children. And that arrives from working in child protection, geðheilsumiðstöð barna, that is diagnosis, counseling, and treatment for developmental and mental problems of children and adolescents, multisystemic therapy, the school system, and all kinds of resources for children. According to the law, the agency has main roles regarding foster care. So the first one is education and support. And we have the basic course for foster parents that is based on foster pride that we have adapted with the newest knowledge in mind. That is a seminar every foster parent has to participate in to get the license. We also have clinical supervision for foster parents to promote placement stability, and we've been making processes around this and are seeking governmental funding so we can put extra effort into this. And now we are focusing on foster parents that have children with elevated needs, or there are chances of placement ending abruptly. The aim is to guide the foster parents in difficult situations and giving them the tools they need. And we also have the competence assessment regarding licensing, and that is a thorough work that we do around the basic course with interviews, home visits, and projects that the foster parents do. And we also keep registrations of foster parents and what children are in out-of-home placement. And from that registrations, we give the child protection worker names of foster parents that we think is a match for each foster child. And we receive a request from child protection for a foster home that includes information that we need to match with the need of the child in mind. We also get application for financially supported foster care, where the municipality gets financial aid from the government to pay the foster parents when a child has elevated needs, and Bettý is going to talk about that a bit later. And the agency has also an advisory role for both the public, child protection, social service, and others. And if that has something to do with foster care, our staff has the phone lines open during office hours. And we have strong guidelines regarding the process of foster care in the Icelandic laws and regulations. Also, the agency has made standards on what is considered best practice and what are the red flags of the process in out-of-home placement cases. And to add to it, we've written guidelines on how to follow the laws and regulations on specific part of the process, and you can find that on our website. We don't have specific guidelines around leaving care, other than there are in the standards and law and regulations. From 15 years old, the foster child need to agree to be in foster care. From 18 years old, they can prolong their stay until they are 20 years old. And after 20 years old, it's up to the foster parents if they stay and the child protection stops paying them. If the foster youth is in need of support after 18 or 20 years old, the child protection can transfer the case to social services. It's possible for the social service to make contract with the foster parent around the living situation, either by paying them rent for the young adults or make a similar contract to the foster care contract so the foster parent gets support for the foster youth. It's up to the child protection to plead the case for the foster youth and their need for continuing service, so it's up to them to transfer it. At the agency, we get phone calls from child protection workers that are seeking guidance around prepping for children leaving foster home who are in need of support. But they're giving themselves a very short time for prepping that can result in a lot of stress for everyone. We also get phone calls from foster parents that are wondering what the next steps are for them and the foster child. And they say they can't get any answer from CPS. And I worked for child protection. I know sometimes they can't give the answers, but they complain about the lack of contact with them. And they're unsure of their role with continuing having the foster child in their home or not. In the basic course, we go over with upcoming foster parents the preparation for leaving care. But of course, that is something for most is years to come. And what we talk about is something that's not fresh in mind when it comes to it for the child to leave the home. And there is opportunity for improvement in this category. And of course, we hope that this symposium will result in better knowledge in this category, and we can add to the best practice guidelines.
Yes. And I'm going to go over some numbers. First, we have here a graph of the total number of young adults who stay in foster care between the ages of 18 to 20, to give you some numbers. In 2016, we had 38 individuals who continued in foster care. And during COVID, we had 75. We don't know if it's because of COVID or if there are other explanations, but it's probably due to that. And in 2021, we had about 45 individuals. This is a really, smaller number than in 2020, but that is something I think we need to research more. But in Iceland, young people or young adults between the ages of 20 and 25 are 233 children who have been in foster care. And later today, we're going to have 2 lectures from Icelandic students who tell us more about their experience from the system and also how are their outcomes. So we are looking really forward to that lectures today. And here you can see the request that we get from CPS in all of Iceland. And we have 3 types of foster care. We have the temporary, this is the green bar here. And the yellow is the permanent foster care. And the orange one is what Guðbjörg talked about earlier. It is the financially supported foster care. And the blue bar is the total number of requests that we get for each year. And for temporary foster care, usually children stay from 3 months and up to a year. Some stay maybe for 2 years. And of course, the permanent foster care is until they are 18 years old.
The financially supported foster care, it can be from 6 months up to a year. Sometimes children stay for 2 years, but then the goal is always that they go back home or to another replacement. But what we've seen is in 2021 and 2022 is we see an increase in requests for the supported foster care. We had 38 requests each year, 2021 and 2022. And this year, for the first 4 months, we have had 16 requests, which equals the requests that we have had for temporary foster care. But a total number of children in foster care in Iceland, as you can see, in 2014 we had 357 kids in foster care, but in 2021 we had 485 children in foster care. And what we've seen is an increase, especially in permanent foster care. In 2014 we had 211 kids, as you can see here. And in 2021, we had 345 kids. We don't know if it's because of increased population in Iceland or if there are other explanations. But I think that is something that we have to research more. And as Guðbjörg talked about earlier, we also get requests for competence assessments for foster parents. And the green bar is for our applications for relatives of the children, or they have some kind of kinship with children that they want to foster. And usually, when they apply, the children is already in their home. The yellow bar is from the general public. People want to apply. And usually we have, as you can see in 2020 and 2021, we have more applications for people who are related to the child. But last year we did a social media campaign to recruit new foster parents. And it worked really well, as you can see. We had a lot of, many applied, many new, we had many new applications from people who had not thought about becoming foster parents, but they applied. So we were really happy about that, because we need more foster parents. As you could see in the former slide, that we need more foster homes. And for this year, we already had 20 requests. So we are hoping we will get a lot more this year. Like Guðbjörg said, we finished a foster pride course now in April, where we had people from 14 foster homes applying. What we saw there, that there were 12 foster homes who already had a foster child at their home. They were usually relatives or had some kind of kinship to the child, foster child. But 2 homes didn't have a child, but 3 or more homes were open to having more foster children. So we need to keep recruiting. I think we have to do another social media campaign. It was a huge success, and we need to think about another social campaign to recruit more people. Just like Guðbjörg said, we are currently reorganizing our process and improving our work. And this symposium today gives us a lot of information and new knowledge about especially aftercare for children, and that is something that we want to continue educating foster parents by having, because they are now in the process of developing continuing education, and one of the themes that we want to have for them is leaving care, because as Guðbjörg said, we go over this at the basic course, but people don't remember that after 5 years or 10 years. So that is something that we have to keep having each year for people to attend, because this is a really important subject. We are also also in the process of online education for foster parents. Both live education is in process and also recordings, because people need to also watch as when it's convenient for them, because we know they're busy. They can't always come to a live education during a school day or in the evening. So we are hoping that this way we will reach more people. And what we're also doing is we have for this year, and we have a counseling for foster parents with children in supported foster care, and also the adolescents. And we will continue to do so. And what we are also in progress on doing is treatment foster care for children who need 24/7 monitoring. And what we need is more research, which Eva will tell us more about later today. So we have a lot of projects that we need to finish and work on. And as we said, this symposium today gives us a lot of more information and knowledge that we can use in our work. Thank you.
The only one that couldn't keep up time was my people. We have room for one question.
Where to find good colleagues now?
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the insights. I was just thinking, when you did your presentation, like, can the children be placed, like, either for 1, maybe 2 years, and then permanently? Is there nothing in between 1 to 2 years, and then until 18? Like, what about like 3 or 4 or 5 years?
Permanent is not permanent.
No.
There's nothing that is permanent.
No.
So it's more a naming of thing. Permanent, but it can always change.
The contract is until they are 18, but it can be reevaluated every year.
So it's just 2 different kinds of contracts.
At that time is different.
Nothing is permanent. Okay. No more questions for you. Next up is a video, a My Story presentation from a former foster child. Her name is Louisa. And I need to find her. Þú ert hérna, þú ert ekki í vídeo, sorry. Sorry, I thought it was video. Now I have everything under control. Louisa, welcome. Sorry.
Hi. Okay.
Ég ætla að finna
Glæruna?
Já, ég var ekki með hennar glæru, en þú mátt bara setja kannski eitthvað hérna svo sé ekki bara...
Svo set ekki bara þú, já. Setu upp hana pásuglærunar, það eru geggjaðar.
Það er grófi.
Já, bara, sko, bara fullur skilningur. Sett bara svona, þá var þetta hérna. Æ, svona fínt. Á, þetta mér eitthvað bakgrunn í stað fyrir skjá mig.
Hi. So, yes, my name is Louisa. I'm a former foster child. I'm 34 years old. I live in Reykjavik with my boyfriend and 2 children. I have a bachelor degree in sports science, and I work at one of Iceland's biggest hand and football clubs as a sports and project manager. But that's not the reason I'm here today. How it started. I could stand here probably all day telling you about my story. It's a long one, it's a hard one, it's a kind of a shocking one, but I will try to keep it as fun as it can be. I was born in the Faroe Islands in 1981, the youngest sibling of my parents' 3 children. My mom is Icelandic and father is Faroese. And my encounter or experience with the foster care and child protection system started or began around the time we moved to Iceland, when I was about 1 year old. What I know or have been told about that time is kind of flaky, and I've been meaning to dig in a bit, but what I know is around that time we moved to Iceland. My mom's illnesses started taking a toll on her and her capability as a parent. She later was diagnosed with bipolar disease and suffered from using alcohol. My mom's oldest sister, she fought a great battle for my mom at the time and went above and beyond to keep me and my siblings together and from being taken away from her permanently. So we went to, I think for a short period of time, we went into foster for, I think, just 1 month or 2 months, but I'm not sure about the storyline, and I haven't gotten, facts on that. But it was decided that we should move to the Westman Islands, where my mom's sister lived, to stay close to her and her family. And that worked out kinda. And we stayed there for most of my upbringing years. We moved around a lot, but most of the time, and the Westman Islands were hometown. As you can maybe imagine, my childhood wasn't all flowers and rainbows. In school, I was bullied. I had trouble academically. I came to school often in dirty clothes, hungry, sad, angry, tired. I was judged a lot, not only from kids, but also the teachers. I was never to amount to anything, or that's at least what I felt as a kid. But I found my place in sports. I practiced gymnastics from a young age. There was good, and there was like my parallel universe where nothing else mattered, kind of. Whenever my mom had to be hospitalized due to her illness, mom's sister, our aunt, she took us in, and we often stayed there and lived there for months in time. We tried living with Dad a couple times. He's a fisherman and battling a few of his own battles. I guess you can say he tried being there for us, but he never really could or knew how to. Years went by. Sometimes Mom had longer periods where she was stable and sometimes shorter. We juggled between houses, and in late 2000 started what would become the longest period of her illnesses. Mom was hospitalized and we stayed with aunt for months. There we were always taken great care of. She had 5 children herself, whom at this time in the storyline were one by one flying out of the nest, and it was time for my aunt and her husband to just, start enjoying their retirement years. At the end of that year, it was clear Mom wasn't coming home anytime soon, and I have a little bit blurred storyline about what happened next, but there was a family meeting, and in comes the social worker. We had a social worker working with us through the years. We sat down with our social worker as sisters. My sister is 3 years older than me, my aunt, and at that time my 18-year-old brother. And it was like sad and clear that aunt wasn't willing or couldn't keep on doing this. Our brother was asked at this family meeting if he was willing to take care of his sisters. He wasn't ready for that kind of commitment at the age of 18, and he decided to move to Granddad's in the Faroe Islands. So that only led to option 3, that was foster care. And in the end of 2000, that decision was made to put us in foster care or find a home that was willing to take us in. We were to move to Flúðir, a small town. Westman Islands are an island in the south of Iceland, and we were to move to Flúðir, a small farm place in southern Iceland, little over a 2-hour trip via ferry and driving. The place had absolutely nothing in common with what we were used to, but Mom came over for Christmas, so did my father, and we had a nice Christmas time. And in January 2001, before school started, me and my sister went with our social worker to our new home. The plan was to give Mom a chance to reclaim her powers, figure out for a couple of months, and we were told that it would be around 5 months stay, or 1 semester in school. I was promised that I would be able to keep practicing gymnastics there. Firsthand, it was like, I was kind of excited, but kind of not. I was stressed, but I had my sister with me and we were doing it together. And when we came, we were like, we were happy about it. We went and shopped new clothes and and we went with her and we came and sat down, and then we were like, there was one meeting, we sat down on a table with everyone, and then our social worker left. And I can't remember if Mom was with us at the first time, but little into our stay, I started feeling a little bit betrayed by the situation. I had left behind gymnastics, I had left behind my friends, and it came to it that the gymnastic dream wasn't gonna happen, because the gymnastics were only 1 hour away drive, and that wasn't gonna execute. Also, when the summertime came, we were in the beginning told it would be a 5-month stay. When the summertime came, it was clear that it was going to be a longer stay, and then we were told we were going to be there for another year, and that was a shock. We went on a summer holiday with that, and then there was time to come back. I was furious, kicking and screaming and trying to run away. I didn't go very far. But what I do remember of my time, and I do remember a lot. But the best thing about it was I felt safe there, and that's probably the most important thing. Our situation wasn't good at home, and probably we should have left years earlier, and probably we shouldn't have even come back. The situation, as I'm older and my kids are growing, I'm more shocked of the situation we were in and how it just prolonged and prolonged. But yeah, in the year time after that, 20 months after we went into foster, I moved back home right before starting 8th grade. My sister got to stay 1 semester more because she was going into high school. But yeah, I wanted to go home. So yeah, you can probably tell that my story is not the perfect story of foster care done right. You might be thinking it's a terrible example. It wasn't the best fit socially. The family meeting was a terrible idea. It wasn't handled well how it was brought up. It was handled badly how we were giving a time promise, and then it was broken. Little happened afterwards, and I never actually met our social worker again after I moved back home. It should have been followed up more. But in the end, it came to be the perfect fit. My foster mom, she reached out. We gained a bonus family. My children gained an extra pair of grandparents. My foster mom was always loving and supportive to my mom, and still is, showing her 100% respect. We stayed in contact as we grew older, and it came to be, and bonds grew. Today, this is my second home and my second family. Yes. Thank you.
You kept the time limit, so we have time to ask if there's any questions or comments.
Anything? Yes?
I have one question.
Yes.
When the transition happened,
yes,
when you moved back,
Mhm.
You say that there was no contact,
Yeah.
but that your foster mom contacted you.
Mhm.
Was that her own initiative, her own idea, or was
Mhm.
that somehow initiated by the
Mhm.
social services? How did that happen?
I think it was just her own ignition. One of my foster siblings is the same age as I am, and in 8th grade there was confirmation. Yeah, and that was in April, that little half a year after I came home, and we invited them to mine, and we got invited to his. So that was the first time we met all after the foster care, and that was only by her initiative.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
One more question.
Mhm.
So actually, your mother and the foster mother, they have somehow been in contact?
Yeah, my foster mom just always respected her and sat down with her on a good basis. She just talked to her like an equal, not as she was just helping her take care of us. Mm-hmm.
One more?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. It was really touching. Talking about the collaboration between your mother and your foster mother, do you think that has been important for your identity and where you are now?
Yes, of course, and it has. Just knowing, if it would have been a struggle between them, or if my mom, because my mom tends to like people that have done her bad in the past, they're not our friends. And she talks really, she's not really fond of the people we were with when I was 1 year old. We went into short-term foster care here in Reykjavik, and it's always in the back of her mind, like she hates those people, or like, and when she gets ill, it's always tracking back of memories of, but that has never been the issue with this. So I think it's a really important one. Yes.
I just want, is it in the system? I don't know if you can answer this. But is it in the system in Iceland that the system work with the collaboration between the foster home and the family home? Because I'm coming from Norwegian Foster Care Association. We are an NGO in Norway. We have this big program and project called the it's a bridge building program between the families, so that the children can feel not torn between families, but that they are all working around in this collaboration. But you know if there is something like that?
I don't know if it is. It wasn't in my, because it's almost 20, I don't want to say how many years, it was in 2000, but yeah. But I think there's something going on, right?
Probably in the municipalities there are, but it's not national. I'm not lying, am I? No.
But I think, like in my case, I came from a small town. It was a 5,000 people town, and there was only one social care worker. And I think my story is unique of that kind because there wasn't a whole team building around how we were gonna do. So I think we just got lost in the system at some point, like when we came home. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Now we have the video. Yeah, next up is another my story presentation from a foster parent. Her name is Gunnhildur Stella. And then
Hi there, my name is Gunna Stella, and me and my husband Aron, we have been foster parents for 5 years, or since the year 2018. We always wanted to become foster parents, and we were just, waiting for the right time. We have 4 kids ourselves, and we were just really waiting for our youngest to become old enough to be able to have more children in our home. We started to think about it when he was 2, but when he was 3, our first foster daughter came to live with us. At that time, she was 17 years old, and she had been living in another foster home before she came to live with us. It all happened really suddenly and happened really quickly. We hadn't even finished our foster pride course that we had to go through or any of that before she came to live with us. But it was, I think it was good for us to just be like thrown out into the deep waters and just start trying to be foster parents and see how it would fit us as a family. At that time when she came to live with us, she was 17, like I told you before, and our oldest daughter, was 15, and then we had a 7-year-old boy, 5-year-old boy, and a 3-year-old boy at that time. In total, we have had 9 foster children living with us. Some of them have stayed for like 3 months, and then we have had one staying with us for 3 years. We've had the experience of having 3 foster children like grow out of the foster system. So 2 of them were just over 20 when they moved from us, and one of them was like 18 plus years of age when she moved from us. When our first foster daughter came to live with us, she was alone with us for, I think it was like over a year. She was alone with us. And then we were asked quite suddenly to take two siblings to come and live with us. And they were supposed to stay for 3 weeks. At that time, we knew that we were going to have another one coming to live with us in a few months' time, because her foster parents were going to move abroad and she needed a new foster home. So we thought that in the end, the siblings would have moved away before the fourth one would come. But during that time, COVID was just starting, you know, like lockdowns and all of that system happening. And the siblings that were supposed to stay with us for 3 weeks, they ended up staying with us for a few months. And during the first lockdown in Iceland, we had 4 foster children living with us and our 4 children. So in total, we were 10 in the household. So it was quite an adventure. And we were really happy at that time that both me and my husband, we have also a teacher's degree. So we could like help the kids out with all of that and yeah, make a new routine, make a new schedule for everyone and just, yeah, work with that. Our experience of being foster parents has been good in many sense, but we've also had like difficulties in just dealing with the system. For example, when our first foster daughter came to live with us, we knew that she had certain disabilities, and in the end, she would probably not be able to live always alone. So she would need more support when she grew older and when she would like become an adult. So we started to ask for help, and we started to ask the foster system for some like, yeah, help to just prepare her, to prepare us, to help with her rights, because we knew that she would probably not be able to like work full time, like go to the market where she would have to rent apartment and work and go to school and all of that. So we knew that she would need more help than many others. That happened to be really complicated, and we had to get a lot of help. And I sometimes said to the social service, like, okay, it's very difficult for us, and it's very difficult, and we don't understand why she's being denied of certain rights and why she's being denied of certain help. And we are just trying our best, and we have the help of the foster system to help us prepare her as best as possible. And then I thought about all the people out there that don't have the help needed for that support. In the end, it took over 2 years for the system to like be totally prepared for her to be living in an assisted living. It was really complicated, and it was a very like, she was insecure, her mom was insecure, we were insecure because we didn't know what was going to happen when she had finished her school and when she had to move away from us. But she lived with us until she was 20 years and 6 months old. And in the end, she moved to a very good home where there is assisted living, and it was really, really helpful in the end. But it was very complicated, and I think that the foster system should be able to prepare that better in the sense of, and also just the system in whole, because a child that is born disabled doesn't stop being disabled when she turns 18. And that is what we were like experiencing. She didn't have any rights. There were certain things that she couldn't do, and we had always had to help her with it. But then she turned 18 and all of a sudden she was supposed to be doing it by herself, but she wasn't able to do it. And we didn't have any rights at that time because we were her foster parents. So we had to like do a lot of paperwork and a lot of everything, a lot of meetings just to be able to help her to go into the life that she is living now. I think that was really a good learning procedure for us, because then we had another girl coming to live with us, and she had certain, I would say disabilities, but not as much as the first one. So we knew that she would always need some extra help when she would move away from us. She did not have to move into a special place where there was assisted living or anything like that, but she needed help because she is not able to focus solely on both on studying and working to make a living and to pay rent and all of that. So we started that procedure quite early on to just prepare what she needed. But in the end, we did not really get the help we needed from the foster care system or the social services that were supposed to help her, but from another social service or another person in the social service that wasn't really supposed to be helping us. So she ended up helping us quite a lot with that. And that girl was able, when she was also like 20 years plus, able to start living by herself. But we helped her finding an apartment, and she got an apartment through a relative of my husband's. And what was so great was that she actually was able to rent an apartment beside our house. So still to this day, she's still living beside us, and she always comes over and she checks on us and checks on the animals and checks on the greenhouse and the garden because she loves gardening. So that ended up being really, really good. But what we have seen is when we have tried to step back, because we wanted the social service also to take more control or help with what she needed, was that they would sometimes just loosen the grip, and she doesn't have the ability or doesn't have the sense, or she isn't able to figure out that she can get the help that she needs, and she doesn't know how the system works. She doesn't know what to do, and that is very common, I think. So I think that the foster care system and the social service, they need to work better on preparing the foster child to become an adult, and the foster child that becomes an adult needs more help than I think normal children or adults would do that have been living in their secure environment their whole life. They just need more help. And I think there's a lot of things that can be done in that sense. And for example, our foster daughter that is living here close to us, she had the experience of the owner of the apartment telling her that she was going to sell the apartment. That made her very anxious because she doesn't know what to do and what to do if that would happen, if she would lose the apartment. And what she did was she came to us what can I do? Can you help me? And we were of course, we try to help you and try to figure out what is best for you. But she would not be able to get an apartment from the social service because there's a long waiting list. So she was just what can I do? And when we have an experience like that, because she has been living by herself now for over 2 years, we see that we are the people that she tries to get help from. And I mean, we want to help her, we want to be there for her, but I think the foster care system and the social service system and just the system in whole needs to make some kind of a rules or some kind of a way for foster parents to know what is their role for the foster child when the foster child grows out of the foster system. That girl came to live with us when she was 17. And I think that girl, she has connected actually a lot to our kids and to us as a family, which is quite amazing because when she came to live with us, she had never been around younger children, and she didn't know how to behave around younger children. And the first thing she told me when she came was like, I can't handle noise, not even like a noise from a vacuum, so I'm just not sure what to do. So we had to start like working on that and training her, and or like helping her to know that she could maybe do more than she was used to, but also to protect her privacy and protect her way of also having to be alone, you know. I hope you understand what I mean. But that is like our experience with all of that. Our experience is that compared to the rules in the foster care system is that a child that has certain disabilities and needs more support, when they grow out of the foster system, you're supposed to start preparing them when they are 17 and just preparing everything that is needed. But in that both of these cases, I think that was lacking. And I think that is just really, really important because our experience is that it takes so long time. In one of the cases, it took over 2 years. So I think it's very, very important to start both preparing the foster parents and preparing the foster child to receive and get the help from the system that is needed. Our experience with the 9 foster children that we have had is that the connection that they have with us just depends on each person. It doesn't depend on the age that when they came to us. Some people think that you may be more connected to the younger children. I think that might be the experience. But in our case, the most connection that we have had both with our foster children is with the girl that is living now beside us. And she did not stay with us for the longest time, but she was in another foster home before she came to live with us. And then she stayed with us for about 2 years. So I think, you know, it just depends both on the child, the foster child, and also us as a family, like how everything fits. But what we try to do is that we try to be loving foster parents. We try to make them secure, and we try to respect their boundaries, and we try to just understand what is underneath. And we understand that most foster children that come to live with us, they've had to go through trauma, they have had to go through difficult emotions and seen stuff that we've probably not seen in our life. But we also understand that it's a great job, and you really, really need to focus on that job when you're doing it. So with each child that has come into our house, none of them have been the same, and none of our experience have been the same. But what we have experienced is that there is this preparation that is really, really needed in case, so that both we as foster parents, the foster child, maybe the family behind the foster child, and everybody around the foster child is secure in what is going to happen. Because insecurity is not something that you want the foster child to experience. And it's so hard for the foster parents to like prepare the child to like grow out of the foster system, to grow up, maybe move away from us as foster parents. And sometimes you just need a lot of like courage and a lot of the right words and a lot of wisdom to go through that, and just to be strong for the foster child. But in both cases, what we really try to do is not to hurry anything along. We just try to like prepare them and talk to them about it, and like encourage them in being like, yeah, I believe you can do it, and you will get the help you need, and we are there for you, and we are there to help you through it, you know, all of that. But I think foster parents really, really need they really need more help. And I think what the social service and the foster care system could do is prepare it better, and just have the talk with us as foster parents, talk to us, ask us like, what can we do better? Or do you want an interview with us? Can you just tell us what is needed, what you're scared of, what, is going to happen in the future, etc. So there's a lot of things that can be better, but there's a lot of things that are also done really well. But probably it also depends on where in Iceland the child has been like put into foster care from, because in both cases of that we are talking about now is they are from different different place in Iceland. So we had to talk to different people to try to get the preparation and the help that we needed. So our experience in the whole is that we mostly get the support that we need from the foster care system, but in many cases we have also felt quite lost. We have felt like, why doesn't that anybody call and check on us? What is happening now? What are we going to do now? And what we have tried to do, because we have learned as we just like get older and get more foster children into our house, and we have started to become like more courageous about asking questions and just trying to write down things that we need, try to write down things that the foster child needs, trying to write down things that the foster child is going through, and send that also through email. Because our experience is, if we make a phone call and we don't write it down or don't like have it anywhere written, it can be forgotten. So if we have a phone call, we would write it down and send it to the person that we were talking to, or that we would just write an email just to have the collection of everything that we have been talking about and what needs to be prepared and everything. That has also helped us with like the preparation for another child that has been growing out of the foster system. We have had the experience of a social worker always talking to us on the phone, and then that person quit and another person took over, and that person didn't know anything about that foster child or about that about the case of the foster child or what we had been talking about, because the person had not written anything down. So that is what we learned in the hard way. So after that, what we started to do is just write everything down, send it through email, so that we can, if we have the experience of another social worker taking over, then we have everything written down and we can just send it on a PDF file. So that is something that I would recommend to all foster parents to do, is to try to do it that way. So our experience in total with a foster child growing out of the foster system is that, there needs to be more preparation. There needs to be more like the social worker and the foster parent talking to each other. We as foster parents, we don't know. We haven't maybe, we've never, might not have done it before, so we don't know what to do, what the rights of the foster child are, or like how we are able to prepare the child for the future. But for us as foster parents now, we know what to do. We know that the preparation needs to be done early on. And I think I just really hope that can help some other foster parents that are in the same need, because I think all of us, we really, really just want to do what is best for the foster child. We want the foster child to be secure, and we want the foster parents that are out there, we want them to feel secure, because I think that most of foster parents out there, they really, really just want to do their best, and they really want to be there and help the foster child. And I also think that most of the social workers and the people that work for the foster care system are also trying to do their best. So what I think is the best thing is that if we would all just like talk to each other, and we would try to work better together, because together we are stronger, and together we make more like security for the foster child in whole. So that is my experience and our experience as foster parents, and I really, really hope that this helps, and have a great day.
think I was about 3 or 4 years old when I had my first foster sisters. So I was very young, and I can't really remember that time. But today they are still very much part of our family, and I consider them as my sisters. But yeah, we have had about 25 or something children, foster children, so we have had a lot. And of course, every child is different, and you know, the connection is different. So it was kind of hard sometimes, and especially, at least for me, I think the hardest was when the foster child was at the same age as me. It could be like a clash then. I remember when I was about 6 years old, I grew up in the countryside, so I grew up in Flúðir. It's a small farm outside of Flúðir, actually. So it was always fun to have like new children and, you know, meet all sorts of people. But I remember one time there came a boy who was 1 year older than me, and at the farm there only lived one boy at the same age as me. He was like my only friend I could play with. And of course, when my foster brother came, he immediately went to him, and they became very good friends. And I always felt like he had come and taken away my friend, and yeah, we did fight a lot. And but I have to give props to my mom, because she always had room for everybody and always had time for everybody. So even though it didn't really take any attention or affection from me, it was still quite hard, because in my opinion, he at the time I thought he took too much space for me. But yeah, and today I only have positive feelings towards him. And even when we moved to the city, the same boy came to us again for some time. So so you know, it's a whole other experience when we were older, you know. And even when I look at like home videos, I can see we did play, you know. I just can't remember, but we did have a good time. So it's only positive. And we have a relationship with him today still. And yeah, when we moved to Reykjavik, I was becoming a teenager. So it was like a hard time for everybody, I think. And I remember my mom came to me and asked me if I were okay if my classmate would come and live with us, and she become my foster sister. And of course, I'm used to having new kids at my home, so I never really said no to my mom when she asked us. She always took the talk, like, okay, this child is coming, what do you think, do you want, you know. But I never said no, I don't want it. I always said yes, because I was used to it. And but because she was my classmate, I knew her, and I found it very weird to all of a sudden know that she was in the foster system and she was going to live with us. And it was really hard, because I felt like she was kind of my responsible in the school, in my new school. And kids would come to me and ask me about her, ask me about her family. And I was like, I don't know. I didn't know really anything about her story. It was just like, it was a lot of talk, and it was really uncomfortable. And she even told some kids that my parents got paid like many money. And I was like, and they were like, how much do you pay? Are you making a lot of money? And it was really, really uncomfortable. But me and her, we were always good. There was no fighting, thankfully, 2 teenage girls. But yeah, but today I don't think I would have said yes to it, knowing what I know today, especially at that age. But yeah. Today we have 2 foster kids, or actually just 1, because my foster sister is 20 years old, I think, turning 21. And but she's also still much part of our family, still lives with us, has her own room, and I consider her as my sister. And I find it now that I'm older, the connection is a lot different because I'm like a big sister and I absolutely love it because I've always been the younger. So it's a whole new experience and yeah, we're very close. And I also have a brother who's 17 years old and we are also very close. Like I said, I love being a big sister. And so when people ask me how many siblings you have, I have to like think and count on my finger and like, yeah, but I always include them. Yes. Any questions?
Okay, it's just so interesting, this aspect to be a biological child of foster parents. And because you said you lived in Flúðir, and you didn't say, but Louisa is your foster sister. You consider her a sister. Yeah. We talked before about your experience, and you once told me that a foster sibling came to you and trusted you with information. Yes, I have, and I know my older sister has experienced it as well. So some of the children, especially when they're like around the same age, they would come to me and my sister with information about their childhood or about their parents. And of course, we have never experienced anything like that. So it was really hard to hear something so awful. And they trusted us, of course, with those information. And it's always hard to decide which should I break their trust. And it's so uncomfortable subject, or should I tell my mom? And should we? Maybe it's something nobody knows, or so I think it's very important that the foster parents and my parents like have an open discussion about that, exactly about that, and maybe because I don't, when I was younger, and even when I was like a teenager, I really didn't understand the whole concept of a foster. I knew that, I had a child coming to our home because he needed to stay with us for a while. Maybe his parents couldn't take care of him or something, but I never really understood the whole purpose. So maybe it's good to have also that conversation, meanwhile that kid is in our home, and always have like everything open.
Is there a question here?
Hi. I'm also a foster mom.
Okay.
It's very nice to hear about your experience. But, what I think you experienced was like a second trauma, because someone told you something traumatic, and then you experienced something that is like traumatic.
Yeah.
The question is, did anyone from the social service or the child welfare give you any guidance or advice or taking care of you, have any conversation with you, because you were living in a foster home and you did experience something that could be traumatic because of the experience from the other children. Did you get any advice, any guidance?
No, I have.
Did someone talk to you?
No, I actually never talked to the social worker. I remember we had so many people come for lunch and dinner, the parents of the foster kids and the social worker, and I always I didn't want to talk to the grown-ups, and so no, they never really talked to me either. But I'm so lucky to have my mom because she's very experienced. So
of course, then it's her responsibility to take care of you. Of course, it is.
Yeah.
But the thing that she's doing, and it's a family issue.
Yeah, exactly.
It should be something that the social service should
also maybe mention. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Because they are child protection.
Yeah.
Every child.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Are you going to be a foster parent in the future? That's the measurement. Working or not.
I want to, definitely, but I have to convince my boyfriend. So,
We will talk to him.
so yeah.
Brilliant. Good.
Yes, then we have a short break to 20 past 2 o'clock. Eitthvað fram með það? Yeah, coffee and something in the home. I'm online again. It's getting a little bit hot. Yes. Yeah. Thank God it's not sunny outside. It's the first time I said this. We will now go to a lecture about foster care and then what? Outcomes of former foster youths in Iceland, and it's Birgitta and Freydís who are going to present. Gjörið svo vel. Nei, já, ég ætla að gera það. Sorry. Gleym mér. Ekki þú. Já, ekki Freydís. Hvað í dag? Hérna. Já. Ég bara dyrti þar. Já. Ég bara enter. Gjörið svo vel.
Hi, my name is Birgitta, and I'm going to present the results of my master's thesis about the outcomes of foster youths in Iceland. According to the Icelandic Child Protection Act, all children have the right to protection and care according to their age and maturity. All those involved in the care and upbringing of children shall treat them with respect and consideration. Parents shall treat their children with care and consideration, and they must act out their obligations as parents in order to best meet their child's needs. If children are experiencing abuse, neglect, or putting their own health and development at risk, it is the legal duty of the child protection authorities to ensure that they receive appropriate support and assistance. The first steps taken by child protection services are always to resort to general measures to try to support the family and the child. If those methods do not improve the child's situation over time, it may be necessary to resort to placing the child in foster care. Once a decision has been made to place a child in foster care, a process is set in motion that will have a profound effect on the child's life. Foster youth have usually had to grow up at high level of instability, violence, or neglect that will have a huge impact on how they fare in adulthood. Like we've said, there's little information available in Iceland about the well-being of foster children. And then when I was figuring out what I wanted to write about in my master's thesis, I saw that there was little information or no information how they fare as adults. So I decided to make this my master's thesis in hopes that the findings would bring attention to the importance of researching how this group fares as adults in Iceland, and maybe it would be possible to develop resources to meet their needs. These were my research questions. How do foster children in Iceland fare as adults, and how did foster children experience their time in foster care? You can see how the gender and age was of the participants. I used a quantitative research approach, and I developed a questionnaire that was consistent with the findings of other international studies on the outcomes of foster youth. It was sent to 101 individuals, and 89% responded. 89 participants responded. Like we've gone over today, international research show that kids who have spent time in foster care, they frequently struggle as adults. When compared to their peers who have not spent time in foster care, they are at a disadvantage when it comes to financial and employment status. Their level of education is lower, their physical and mental health is worse, and they appear to be more likely to abuse alcohol and drugs. They are also more likely to experience suicidal thoughts and self-harm.
So here are my findings. This question was about how many primary schools they had attended as children. Almost half of the participants had attended more than 4 primary schools while grown up. And international studies show that when children in foster care repeatedly have to adapt to new situations and environments, their academic process slows down and they have a hard time forming important bonds with their schoolmates. The participants were asked to rate their academic ability, and almost half of them said poor or very poor. Here's the highest level of education. The results showed that 55% had only a primary school education as their highest education. In comparison to 24% of Icelanders have primary school as their highest level of education. 30% of the participants had secondary school as their highest education, and only 16% of the former foster children in this study had completed a university degree. In 2020, 41% of Icelanders had completed a university degree. So here's the comparison with the participants and the public. Here you can see how the foster youth are faring in the labor market. Just below half of the participants had a working job. The others were either in school, with disability pension, in rehabilitation, or had financial assistance. About the disability pension, this number stood out to me and I felt it was very high, so I decided to compare it to the general public. A number from the National Statistic Institute of Iceland showed that 3% of people between the ages of 20 and 29 received disability benefits, but most of the participants in the study were in that age group. In no age group that I looked at, just in no age group were the rates close to being as high as the participants in this study, not even with the older people. And based on these results, it can be indicated that it is much more likely that former foster children will need to support themselves with disability benefits than those who have not been in foster care. And next they were asked if they had sought help or they needed to seek help for mental health issues in adulthood. 81% of them had sought help after the foster care ended, and there were also additional 10% who felt the need for it but had not yet done it. Only 9% of the former foster children in the study did not feel as though they needed therapy. Next, they were asked if they received any interviews with professionals while they during their time in foster care. The results showed that 70% of them had not received enough support and felt that they would have needed more interviews with professionals to support them during their time in foster care. When they were asked about their histories, here you can see how the participants' answers when they were asked if they had used drugs at some point in their life and how frequently. The majority said that they had used drugs very often. Only 20% said they had never tried drugs, which means that 80% of the former foster youth who took part in the study had tried drugs at some point in their lives. When asked about their history of suicidal tendencies, the participants revealed that 45% had experienced suicidal thoughts, while 39% had attempted suicide. Therefore, there were 84% who had either attempted suicide or thought about attempted suicide. Only 16% had not thought about it. Next, they were asked about if they think that foster care was the right decision in their case. And the results were clear. The vast majority of those who took part in the study, or 82%, said that that placing them in foster care was the right decision for them. The answer to the next question was also quite distinct. The question was, do you feel like you should have been placed in foster care earlier? And 70% responded with yes. They wish that child protection services had acted sooner in removing them from the home. Lastly, they were asked about how they believe they would have fared in adulthood if they had remained in their homes rather than being placed in foster care. The majority of the participants believed that they would be worse off today if they had remained in their home and never been placed in foster care. Only 10% thought that they would be better off today if they had remained in the home instead of going to foster care. So the findings of this study provide evidence that foster youths are in an extremely vulnerable position. They reported poor academic performances, had lower level of education and employment than the overall population in Iceland. The results indicate that they have poor mental health and feel as they did not receive enough support during their time in foster care. Despite their challenges in adulthood, vast majority of the participants believed that being placed in foster care was the right decision and that they were in a better place as a result of it. Children who have been placed in foster care have gone through a great deal of struggles in their lifetimes. They are at elevated risk of facing obstacles in adulthood, so it is important that this vulnerable group gets the support they need to increase their chances in society after leaving foster care. Thank you.
Yes, questions? Yeah, we will start in the back.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Did I see right that the attempted suicide rate was 40%?
Yes, let me see. Yeah, 39% had attempted suicide, yes.
Wow, that is huge number.
It's very high.
Yeah. Okay.
First of all, thank you for a very interesting presentation. I think I have two questions. One is the 101 people you sent the survey to. Was that all the people who received, or who were the 101?
So, to find participants, I had sent an email to some people, and then I didn't get many responses, so I just posted on groups on Facebook to just advertise the research and asked if anyone would want to participate, they would contact me. Okay. So within 24 hours, I put it online, all these 101 had, and all of them said that it was very important and they wanted to be a part of it. And many foster parents and former foster children and current foster children also contacted me and said they wanted the results, and because they have been wanting for long that this study will be made and just on a bigger level in whole Iceland.
Because you had a good respondents rate. Then my next question is, how many could potentially have been answering? How many young people with care experiences are in this?
In this. I'm not sure how many just overall over the years, but like we saw before, there was around 400 every year that are in foster care, but some like go over to the next year. So not really sure how high the number is.
More questions?
I have one more.
Yeah, come on.
No, but I just wondered, when they were responding to this survey, were there was everything like ticking off boxes, or were there any qualitative?
Most of it was ticking on boxes, and there were many more questions than are here. I just presented some of it. There was one question that was when I asked about what kind of support they got after they left care, and that was more about like financial support, like did you get from your foster parents, and then they could add and some of them wrote there, I got nothing, even though you could choose nothing, but they wanted to write, I got no help and nothing. And some people, yeah, most of them just said nothing took over for them. But mostly it was just a survey too.
Something more? Just wanted to comment on one thing that I thought was very interesting, that 70% of the participants said that they thought that it should have been earlier, as well as when we were looking at the data earlier, that those who were placed before 6 years old, they were doing much better than those who were later on. So it's quite interesting.
I wanted to go into that, but this because it was my master's thesis and couldn't do more. But I wanted to like compare the groups and if the younger ones who were younger when they went into foster care and the old, because all the research that I read on when doing the international, it all says that when the younger you are, the better the chances are.
Thank you so much.
You.
Yeah, next up is the experience of a former foster child of foster homes, CPS, support and coping with adulthood, and it is Birgitta who is going to present. Nei, ekki Hrönn. Hörn. Fyrirgefðu. Þetta er ég heiti Funi, sko, þannig að þú veist. Tumi og allt mögulegt í það.
Hi, my name is Birgitta and I will be talking about my thesis research. Before I became a social worker 20 days ago, I worked with children. I worked with children with complex problems and provided them service and shelter. Many of these children had previously moved between several different foster homes. What you could see so clearly was that the children often lacked connections and someone to hold on to. These are children who often experience that no one listens to them, and you could see so clearly that difference in the children if they had a good relationship with their child welfare worker. It made me want to do this research because, as the title of my thesis explains so well, that even though a child is in a safe place in foster care, that doesn't mean that they feel that they belong or that they feel better. I wanted to hear from former foster children how they experienced the foster period from this perspective, and if there was any support when they took their first steps into adulthood. It's one thing to provide children with a safe home through foster care, but what about all the other aspects? The study is based on a qualitative research method. I advertised for participants through various Facebook groups. The participants therefore had to have considerable initiative to want to participate and tell their story. There were 8 participants. They were all female, but 4 individuals stopped participating, 4 extra ones, because they didn't trust themselves to open up about their experiences, one of which was male. The participants were all former foster children and had an open child protection case until they were 18 or 20 years old. The participants were in foster care between the years 1990 and 2018 and are now aged 23 to 42 years old or born from 1979 to 1999. 6 of the participants were in long-term foster care, while 2 went into several temporary foster care. The longest long-term foster care
period was 18 years, while the shortest was 6 years. And the results are divided into 5 themes listed on the slide, and I will talk about each one of them. So the first theme is children's experience of foster homes. I didn't set out to discuss the foster home and the foster parents in particular at the beginning, but the interviewees' narratives revealed extensive data about experiences there. They felt needed to describe their difficult experience from the foster home and how it persisted due to their experience of a lack of supervision and support from the childcare authorities. Many of the children had experienced mental abuse in the foster homes, but there were also stories of physical and sexual abuse, as well as alcohol abuse by the foster parents. The foster children accounts of the foster care period were generally not very positive. However, some of them had a good experience of the location of the foster homes and the behavior of the foster parents. It is important to note that one of the interviewees had a completely different foster care story than the other interviewees. She went into foster care at the age of 2 and was eventually adopted by the foster parents. Her experience was more positive than others. She felt more connected, that she belonged to her foster family, and she took her first steps into adulthood better than the others. These are points that I will get into later on. Light has been shed in other researches that on the difference between the situations of former foster children who enter a foster family early and are then adopted, and those who are not adopted. To this end, it was interesting for me as a researcher that the interviewees had different stories to tell. And there are 2 quotes from the research that you could read. The second theme is support and supervision of child protection services. The interviewees all experienced a significant lack of support and supervision from the childcare authorities during foster care, even though some of them felt that they gave out strong signs of distress and experienced unacceptable home conditions in foster homes. The interviewees would all have liked a better relationship with their child protection worker during the foster period and at the beginning of adulthood. Interviewees felt that once or twice a year was too little to establish a relationship with their child protection worker, and it's important to dwell on this point because it is important in the life of a foster child that they feel that the person handling the case is connected to them, listens to them, and explains how the case stands each time. Serious cases could be seen in the results of indifference, where a foster child feels that child protection service was responsible for the way things happened. For example, this interviewee reports that she attempted suicide at the age of 10 in the hope that someone would intervene and come to talk to her in private. Although she was hospitalized following a suicide attempt and the incident was recorded there, no one came to check up on her. Of course, we don't know what the process was around the attempt and at the child welfare office, but the main thing is this: the foster child didn't feel seen after using these emergency measures in the hope that someone would notice and save them. This interviewee went into foster care immediately at birth, and she describes how she did not really know that she was a foster child until the age of 18, when she suddenly loses all support. Another interviewee reported that she had told the child protection officer about physical abuse in her foster home. She longed to have her younger sister fostered in the same home
and requested it, but they were kept in separate homes against their will. The employee's response to that request was along the lines of whether she really wanted her sister to be beaten too. And the third theme was distress of children in foster care. The interviewees struggled with a great distress in foster care, either over the entire period or over a limited period of time. As they all call for a better relationship with the child protection worker, whose role is to support the child involved, I wonder if distress that children all felt would have been less if the relationship was stronger and the support was greater. Most of the interviewees were grateful to have been placed in foster care despite the difficult foster care experiences and its effect on their well-being during foster care and after it ended. They all requested that the child protection authorities had paid more attention to their well-being regardless of their relationship with foster parents and their well-being in a foster home. In their opinion, the lack of supervision by the child protection authorities and the lack of contact made it more difficult for them to build the confidence to dare to tell about their problems or unacceptable situations. All of them would have liked a better relationship with a child protection worker in foster care and at the beginning of adulthood. This information is very important. We must dare to look at the effect when the connection is not reached and the support is not provided. The fourth theme was facing and coping with adulthood. The interviewees' stories about their first steps into adulthood shed light on the importance of ongoing support from child protection. Almost all the interviewees described how much negative impact the lack of support and lack of relationship with others had at the beginning of adulthood and how it had the effect that they had a hard time at the end of foster care. They all called for specialized support to be provided to them during these years because their position is very special after foster care ends in adulthood. They lacked the informal support from the family that is so important in these years. Many of them sought support at this time but found that they came to closed doors. The interviewees were of the opinion that their personal resilience and the connections that were later formed with others are the factors that have had the most influence on their recovery after a difficult start to adulthood. The interviewees are all in a better position today than at the beginning of their adult years, but they have all had to put a lot of effort into working on themselves and have often faced the fact that their foster care experience has weighed heavily on their lives. It is important to highlight that in narratives of the foster children, it was stated that it had a very positive effect on them having a positive relationship with someone during foster care. Those effects persisted into adulthood and, in their opinion, had an impact on their well-being, security, independence, and continued well-being despite a history of trauma, violence, and other difficulties. Many of the interviewees of the study had, of necessity, dealt with their traumas with the help of professionals, and it was interesting to hear how big a part the foster care experience was in the interviewees' trauma history, but it was not necessarily surprising based on their narratives. An important point to pause and highlight, although the sample does not reflect the experience of all foster children, it is important to take seriously the fact that former foster children can experience foster care as a trauma and don't receive help to deal with it. The fifth theme was the attitude of former foster children towards foster care. They all agreed on the importance of its existence but had many things to say about what could be done better. And on the slide, I summarize their main opinions. They wanted improved and improve support and monitoring, listen to the foster children more qualified foster parents, don't put too much in the hands of foster parents, a holistic view when choosing the placement, increased connections between CPS worker and the children, and more interviews and more work after the foster placement begins, and prepare the foster children for better adult life. So, in conclusion, I hope that the results of this research will increase the insight of professionals working with foster children and will be useful to them in their professional work. I hope that there will be continued development in coming years on improved services for foster children, but we must have the courage to listen to these experiences and learn from them. This also calls for the need for collaboration between systems and service providers at the onset of their adulthood, when a foster child enters adulthood and is no longer subject to child protection laws. Society is set up in such a way today that even though the law says so, it cannot be expected that an 18 or 20-year-old person who has been in permanent foster care and has a limited support network should be able to take care of themselves without assistance of the social services. If the goal is for a 20-year-old to be able to stand on their own 2 feet at the end of foster care, at the beginning of adulthood, then there needs to be a lot of preparation and support for that person on the part of child welfare authorities. It is therefore important that the early adulthood of foster children is examined particularly. The results of the study are consistent with a 30-year-old Icelandic study. Its results called for improved working practices of child protection authorities regarding support and monitoring and the role of information to foster children. The results here show that there is a good reason for child welfare authorities to look into how to improve support for children in foster care and whether it is possible to promote their better outcomes with continued support at the beginning of adulthood. The child protection system has a great responsibility to raise to adulthood those children who have been placed outside their home until the age of 18. Although these children often carry with them a complicated history, effort should be made to promote their bright future. However, it can be honestly said that the child protection in Iceland is doing many things right, but the continued development of improved services is an essential part of their work. I believe it is necessary to emphasize at the end the responsibility entrusted to child protection authorities in the lives of foster children and the importance of them fulfilling that role well and carefully. Thank you.
Yes, we have room for questions. No questions? First, second. Hey!
I have 2 questions. My first question is, did you talk to the young people about their own perceptions about their rights? Were they informed about which rights they have?
Yeah, I did. And they all describe how they feel like they were just thrown into deep waters and couldn't swim. And they described the lack of this preparation and they weren't informed about their rights.
And then my next question, which is more to you, and that is, after having conducted this study, do you have any suggestions about improvements? Do you have any ideas about what should be better for these children?
Regarding
I was thinking, especially in regards of legal rights, is there a need to improve the legislation for this group of young people? Difficult question.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but based on their stories, I think there's something that needs to be done to inform them better too. So yeah, so they have like a good jump start. Makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Brilliant. You're ahead of schedule.
Doing a good job.
Good job.
Next up is the upcoming research regarding foster care in Iceland, and it's Eva Dögg who is going to present. She's there, yes. Eva, gjörðu svo vel.
Fyrir. Hi, hello everyone, thank you. I am going to share my screen. And all right. So thank you, Funi. And first of all, I would like to thank everyone for terrific presentations. They have been very insightful and certainly given us a lot to think about moving forward. My name is Eva Dögg Sigurðsdóttir, and I'm a research specialist working for the National Agency for Children and Families in Iceland. And I'm here to slightly derail you, moving our attention from the children themselves to the parents, but I will be presenting an upcoming study on foster parents in Iceland. We are currently working on our questionnaire, hoping to be able to carry out our research in the fall. So, diving straight in, I'll begin broadly, but the main role of the National Agency for Children and Families is to oversee activities and work based on the child protection legislation, and is on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Children in charge of the day-to-day administration of child protection services. So whilst the agency is relatively new, it is essentially built on the foundation of a former governmental agency. And with these changes, certain roles moved from the agency while taking on new ones. The National Agency's main function is to provide and support service benefiting children and promoting high quality development in line with the best available knowledge and experiences at any given time. Thereby, it is with these changes that research and other data collection and analysis in general gains a larger role. So, the why. What led us on this path, why this study, and why now? As already mentioned, with the new agency came new responsibilities, and some projects were no longer ours. One of which is issuing license to foster parents. The agency still provides prospective foster parents with education and general guidelines, but the application process and licensing is now through an independent agency, or the Care Quality Inspectorate for Social Services and Child Protection. Not overseeing the application process and licensing anymore gave us an opportunity to look within and take a closer look at the support available to foster parents. Moreover, we had an appeal from the Icelandic Foster Carers Association asking for help with conducting research among its members. As not all foster parents are members of the association, we wanted to rather reach out to the group as a whole. However, having their input has been invaluable, and we have, to the best of our ability, listened to the issues that they want to include in the study. Therefore, we believe it is important to ensure that the research offers a baseline upon which later studies can build on, thereby covering a variety of measurements. But early on, it became quite clear that there was that there were not many Icelandic studies to draw from. There is a number of student dissertations, many of which give a really good insight, but regardless, there is a clear gap in the literature. And the fourth and last reason as to why this is such an important study to conduct at this time is that there has been a steady increase in the demand for foster carers, which has been covered today, whilst the numbers of carers has not followed suit. So as has been presented earlier, the national agency sought out to increase the numbers in applications and prospective foster carers with media campaign. As we can see here, there was quite a lot of coverage. And there was an increase in the number of applications, but whether that has trailed off or remained similar for this year is not quite clear. But we are hopeful. But regardless, while the goal may be to increase the number of foster carers, retaining those who are already caring for children is equally important. And some studies even suggest that it may be even more important that, and they say that retention is the best advertisement. So this leads us to the proposed research in question. The main motivator for this study is to take a snapshot of the current state of affairs in foster care in Iceland by exploring factors such as motivators, available resources, support system, and the well-being of carers. We hope to get an idea of what enables carers to perform their lawful duties to ensure the child with good care and security. And similarly, what are the barriers? Essentially, we are hoping to answer the biggest question of them all: how do we best support foster care retention in the Icelandic foster care system? So the proposed research will be quantitative, and we will be sending out a questionnaire electronically via email. And we are essentially planning on doing a census, touching on a variety of themes, thereby hoping to create grounds for further research down the line. And these are roughly the categories we intend to cover, and I'm going to go through each of these and sort of the thought process behind them. So people are motivated to become foster parents for a variety of reasons. Evidence suggests that making the decision to become a foster parent is both related to extrinsic and intrinsic motivational factors. Extrinsic motivators can be monetary, yet studies suggest that other factors such as the longing for a family expansion, an empty nest, having the resources to offer like an extra bedroom, changes in working condition, and so on, as well as more altruistic reasoning, weigh much heavier as a motivator to become foster parent. A recent study from the UK suggests that the top motivators for foster carers to apply to become foster parents were all related to the desire to improve a child's life, which are findings that marry well with other studies reporting mainly altruistic reasons for fostering. For example, the aforementioned study reports that 89% of their survey participants, of potential applicants, wanted to make a difference in the lives of children in care. Potential foster carers may express that they have a strong sense of moral or religious obligation to foster. So this is a point that I do want to circle back on, as it does raise questions on other characteristics of the foster parents. Is there something about the values people hold or how they see society or societal issues in general? So I'm going to put that on the back burner for now, and we're going to circle back to it. But last but not least, studies do suggest that the most effective recruitment strategy is through word of mouth and good retention of foster carers. Thereby, retention is not just means through which the system can have a range of households available, but that they are of quality, experience, and it becomes a tool in the recruitment of new foster carers. Now, another issue that we want to cover in this research is support, or the resources available. And the literature generally reflects that satisfaction is an important contributor to retention. The resources or support suggested by research can be divided into three key themes. And they can definitely, there are definitely more themes than the three presented here. And one could even argue that some of these themes are essentially the same one. But what I'll be covering now is financial support, feeling respected, and the support from the system. So with regards to financial support, it isn't even the question of feeling as if you're being fairly compensated, but rather whether the cost of caring for a child is met. Are the foster parents able to sufficiently sustain themselves without an alternative incomes, or are all forms of families able to cover the cost of having a foster child? And more importantly, are people who feel as if they are unreasonably having to foot the majority of the cost likely to recommend fostering to others? And Cooley suggests that tangible resources may be protective against challenges related to fostering in the cases where foster parents report more disruptive behavior of the child. And the quote that we have here on the slide is a quote that I saw in a recent study, where the research participant explains how important it is to negotiate for fair compensation right from the start. Having to go through such negotiation with a lack of information feels unprofessional, frustrating, and demotivating, taking time and effort away from the child in question. This quote captured my attention because it is something that I've heard before in my informal interviews with Icelandic foster parents in the preparation for the study. The second key theme is feeling respected and valued. This could reflect in feeling as an equal member of the professional team caring for the child, or on the contrary, feeling dismissed or even judged when issues or concerns are raised around the child. And then there's the third key issue, which is the support system. And this could both refer to a formal support system and informal. So formal support system would be such as social workers, training that they receive both before the child moves in and even during the stay of the child. Do they have a support family? And then there's the informal support system in place, such as others who share the experience of being or having been foster parents. Now, the third main measurement or measure that I want to cover is the well-being of the foster parents. So as for any other helping professionals, there has been a growing attention on the concept of compassion fatigue amongst foster carers. If we assume that a considerable number of children in foster care have experienced at least one traumatic event before their placement, we should immediately ask how carers are equipped to deal with such trauma. And this has been raised today in some of the presentations. We will be using an existing scale that recently became available in Icelandic, ProQual, or the Professional Quality of Life. This scale measures both the positive and the negative sides of working with people who have experienced stressful events themselves. The positive side is compassion satisfaction and refers to the pleasure one takes in being able to perform well in what they do. On the other hand, there is compassion fatigue that further breaks into two dimensions, burnout and secondary traumatic stress. And burnout refers to the exhaustion, frustration, anger, hopelessness, depression, essentially the feeling that you're unable to do your job effectively, or perform your role effectively. The other dimension, secondary traumatic stress, refers to being exposed to trauma others have endured. While developing issues due to the exposure of secondary trauma may be rare, those who are in caring role may be at particular risk. And in a recent study, most foster parents reported moderate to low burnout, as well as secondary traumatic stress. And the latter, the secondary traumatic stress, averaged higher than burnout. Moreover, studies suggest that higher levels of compassion fatigue is associated with lower job satisfaction, which is a poor phrasing in this case, but you could consider it as lower care satisfaction or satisfaction with the role that you're performing, as well as lower intent to continue fostering. So there is one more that I want to talk about, which is the foster carer's characteristics. So This is where I particularly welcome any suggestions and thoughts after this presentation. So in some of my conversations with current foster parents, I have been told that there was one question that they were burning to know, and that is, who are we? Who are the people who open their home to a vulnerable child, in many cases, even a stranger? So this is a question that stuck with me and does tap into the values that I referred to earlier. So studies upon studies point to altruism being the major motivational factor in fostering, simply the desire to love, care for, and help a child in need. That is, wanting to take in a child simply for the sake of the welfare of that child, leaving us with the question, is there a way to identify these core values? This is what two British surveys from 2013 and 2015 attempted to do. So categorize people by their intrinsic motivations using a system called the values modes, which is based on the British Values Survey. So this system categorizes the population by three core groups depending on their values: settlers, prospectors, and pioneers. Essentially, what the two studies found was that 73% in the first one and 81% in the second one of foster carers were categorized as pioneers, people who are described as having strong sense of right and wrong, fairness, justice, and equality. Interestingly enough, the proportion of the British national population of pioneers is around 30 to 40%. So there is a huge discrepancy in that. But rather than understanding the intrinsic motivation and the value systems of foster parents, would it be more helpful to focus on their personality, such as the big 5 personality factors? I don't really have the answer for it yet, but I do welcome any discussion on the topic. Regardless, understanding people's value system and characteristics may be helpful in understanding why people decide to care for other children. It may also help us to provide better support or even steer us in a direction on how to best recruit prospective foster carers. However, it does seem to be a relatively untapped field, which is sort of a double-edged sword. You know, have I hit the jackpot, or is it just because it's an unhelpful way of understanding foster care? So, you know, again, this is something that I would welcome any thoughts or discussion on. And then last but not least, I think I'm over the time limit, but you know, I just really quickly want to go over some of the ethical considerations that we have for this study. This particular research focuses on those who care and provide safe and secure home for the most vulnerable children in our society. The children in question have been placed in care through which that we oversee. So it's really it's a really sensitive field for us to be studying. So it is important to stress the fact that the proposed research will only focus on the experience of the carer, not the child. No question will ask directly about the child, and while such questions may be interesting and to be perfectly worthy research topic in itself, it may be deemed ethically questionable to ask situational questions about children placed in care in a system that we are at the center of. So on a similar note, the main purpose of this study is to evaluate the system in itself, not the carers. The purpose is not to evaluate who does a good job, but how to identify how we can better support foster carers to take care of the children. Retaining foster parents, reduce the number of placement disruption, and potentially identifying successful recruitment strategies are at the forefront of this study. I could go on forever and ever, you know, but my last point will be that as a way to mitigate the power dynamic and, you know, power discrepancy is inherent in a study such as this one. So as a way to mitigate the power dynamic, we have sought to include community members in the research process, and we will further seek to do that at later stages. And given the fact that it has come about to some extent due to a push or a nudge from the Foster Parent Association, it is important that a study such as this one serves a purpose for everyone involved. So as we are laying the groundwork for this research, I very much welcome any questions or suggestions, either now or via email. So I've included my email address in here. And thank you.
Yes. Woo. Okay, thank you. It was really motivating and interesting presentation. Thank you so much. My name is Tone. I'm coming from the Norwegian Foster Care Association. So we are a sister organization to Fjellag Fosterforeldre. So did I pronounce that right? Okay, thank you.
Very well done.
And I would just mention, because we have talked to them, we are in a collaboration, and we have done not quite this, but our organization has done research with our members, a member-based research for now the 3rd time this year. And we have over 1,500 foster carers, foster homes, yeah, who has answered, and over 200 youth that has answered our survey. So I've just sent it to yes. So this is just hopefully a tip to you. You should look at that, and maybe we should do some interesting research or survey together, because we got all this answer, what motivates them, and what is wrong with the system, what should be done with the system. We have all these good answers that we have delivered to our government now. So it's a really good way of doing impact for the children that we need to protect. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I would very much love to read that. So we should be in touch.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, yeah.
Hi, my name is Sveintis Anna Jóhannsdóttir, and I'm very, very happy to see that the questionnaire Professional Quality of Life is already being used, because I was one of the team that we started to translate that measurement, so I'm very happy to see that you already have it in Icelandic.
Well, I'm really happy that you that the translation is already there, because I was desperately looking for a translation because I was very much interested in using it, and luckily it was, you know, everything was at the right place at the right time. So yes, thank you.
I think it went just online like 10 days ago or something.
Yes, it's really, really recent.
More comments or questions? Everyone getting tired?
But could I just ask, when are you going to do this?
Tomorrow.
We are hoping to be able to send out the questionnaire in the fall. I don't want to promise anything. We're still working on the questionnaire. And when I say we, it's me. I am the team of researchers at the National Agency. So which, you know, explains the time that it takes, but I'm really, really hoping that we can send this out in the fall.
Wow, best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are 2 questions.
Well,
Yes.
just you can take take.
Okay. Thanks. This probably illustrates how little I know about child welfare service system of Iceland or outside Norway. A lot of other studies around foster care or care arrangements emphasize the different needs of different groups. So around migrants, around people with different segments, and challenges around recruiting carers with appropriate or compatible religious, cultural, similar backgrounds. One of the strategies that often is used around that is around trying to place in kinship or kinship care or in close networks. What's the proportion of foster carers in Iceland in kinship care, and do you have different strategies around recruitment of carers in networks, family care, and so on?
So this is a really good question. So I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer this question about different recruitment strategies about kinship or others. So this is it can be quite challenging because Iceland is such a small country, and including this in a questionnaire as well. I will be including a question of whether they are related to the child or not, but at the same time, I've been really thinking about how can we tap into potential cultural difference. If there is a child, for example, of foreign background in their care, without exposing or relieving that anonymity that they have. And that is one of the challenges that I've really been thinking about. But with regards to different strategies to recruit new foster parents, I think I'm gonna send that to Funi and his team. I think they're much better suited to answer that question.
We'll do that at the bar later.
We can answer foster children with relatives around 35%. So 65% of foster children are with the general parents.
Yes, you had the question?
Yeah. It's actually more of, it's on the note of the upcoming research. Eva probably knows, but I'm going to say. Anne-Kirstine, I'm from Denmark. I'll just say that we actually recently got a Nordforsk Foundation funding, which Eva participates in, together with Freustein, Storo from University of Iceland, and with Veronica Poulsen from Norway, and Vera Nimi from Finland, and me then representing Denmark. And all 5 countries of ours will, in a Nordic context, explore the experiences of young people leaving care and the experiences of homelessness. And we'll do this through the next 3 years. So it's gonna be really exciting. And now we'll join forces in the Nordic context and do this research. I'll be the leader of the project, but we'll do it in a great collaboration, and it's gonna be really interesting.
Thank you. Yes. No, it's very, very exciting.
Hopefully, yeah.
More comments or questions? No? Good? Takk, Eva.
Takk fyrir.
Yes, that's the final thing on the schedule. It was it closing and summing up? Was it? Yes. So that's closing. Now we'll close and sum up. This has been very, very interesting, and what we can learn from this day is that we can do better. We can learn from each other, but we are doing many things very well. And thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no.